We also have Member Stock, who is also a member of this committee. He's also present.
Thank you, Honorable Whip. Over to you. We don't see you.
Recording in progress.
Honorable Whip.
We also have Member Opperman, Chair.
Honorable Opperman, where are you? Okay, will you pass? Because now could be
Member Masango.
Honorable Masango Bridget.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, thank you very much, Maprichi. Lindy, over to you. Thank you. You can close yours.
Okay, and Member Van Merwe, I think, Chair, the minute the person speaks and then the picture shows, the person can just greet, Chair, the member can just greet. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'm traveling, so I'm having struggles to switch on my video, but as soon as I ask my questions, I will switch on my video. Sorry about that.
Lizelle, don't put your rules. I'm saying switch on your video. We want to see you now, not when you speak. You are welcome in South Africa. We know that you were somewhere. Welcome. Switch your video on, even if you are traveling. At least you have told us. Lindy, next.
Chair, Member Mare.
Okay.
Followed by Member Manganye.
Okay. Honorable Mare, where are you?
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members.
Thank you very much, Red Ant.
Mama Manganye.
Meche, are you with us? Okay.
Moloche.
Speak. Who's that? Who's saying Moloche? Okay, please.
Letitia.
Okay, Letitia, switch on the video. Are you able to? Not. Okay, let's pass.
Chair, Member Stock is back. I think he was out due to a network. Can he introduce himself as well?
Honorable Whip, would like to see your face, please.
Yes, can you see me, Chairperson? I'm here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stock. Dechang, you can switch it off. Lindy, who's the next one?
Member Sukar's chair is also here.
Honorable Sekers, was here? Not in. Okay, proceed, Lindy.
She's there. She can just greet so that we can see her closer.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the MECs and to my colleagues and everyone on the platform. I'm traveling as well, but I'm sure you can see my face.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Sakers. Hey, your hairstyle is super.
Member Iris, I don't know whether she's unable to introduce herself, or must we proceed?
Iris, are you with us? Or are you able to switch on your video? Yes or no? Letitia, Honorable Letitia. Not ready yet? It's fine, let's proceed. Was she the last one, Lindy?
Yes, Chair, she was the last one. I also wish to confirm, Chairperson, that we are a quorum for this meeting and we can take decision, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I don't know whether I must make apologies or must I wait for the department to proceed and the provinces.
Okay, just proceed so that you finish your business of the day for now.
Okay, Chair.
Apologies.
Also, okay, I wish to make the following apologies, Chair, as you already mentioned in your welcoming that two of our members of bereavement, Member Pilankulu and Member Mpikwe, have received their apologies. Also, Chair, Member Masango indicated that she has another engagement at 11 o'clock and she would want to be excused at 11 o'clock, but she will be with us. Also, Chair, the Minister will be in and out of because she's also attending Cabinet, but she will try her level best to also form part of this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, where the Deputy Minister is she in?
I haven't received anything from her office. As far as I know, she's not in yet. As soon as I get any apology, I will let you know, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, no, we understand the situation of the minister in terms of that today it's a cabinet meeting and she can be in and out. Okay, then what we need to do, Lindy, is to allow the honorable MECs to introduce themselves and switch on their videos possibly. Over to you, ministers, MECs.
Good morning,
The first one,
Chairperson.
can I start with Eastern Cape?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to you, and good morning to all the honorable members. My
Good
name
morning.
is Bukiwe Fanta from Eastern Cape. I don't know, my video is closing and opening. I don't know what is happening. Okay, this is Bukiwe Fanta from Eastern Cape. Thank you. And Bona Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, can you see me?
Thank you very much, Mamubuki Safanda. We are able to see you. And with your hairstyle, thank you ever so much. You are welcome. The next one is Free State.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mamiki Kabati, MEC Social Development in the Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kabati. Long time no see. Happy to see you with your, in fact, your braiding and your whatever. Thank you ever so much. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Gauteng.
Sawubona Sihlalo and everybody that's on the platform. Let me apologize. The camera is just giving me some problems. The MEC for Social Development, Agriculture, Rural and Environment and Gauteng. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga sis. You are welcome. Thank you ever so much. Sigcinene eMagauteng. Siyavuya ukuthi ukhona manje. Thank you ever so much. Sigcinene kwi-summit, presidential summit. Thank you ever so much. The next one is Limpopo. Is Limpopo in, Lindy? Limpopo is not yet in.
I'm around, just Chairperson. I'm still struggling to show my face, trying to open the video.
Yeah, she has opened already the video. Don't worry.
As you can you see me?
Yes, properly.
Okay.
My
name is Nandine Dalani, the MEC of Social Development.
Long time, Nandi. This video is also assisting us. It's a sort of a reunion of some honorable members that are
And
here.
we-
Thank you ever so much. She must switch off the video again now.
And another thing, at 10 o'clock, I'll be joining the ESCO chairperson. And the
Okay.
HOD will be
There, I beg
The-
yours.
the HOD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but yeah, definitely we'll definitely need to MEC, though the HOD will also be involved in that. Thank you ever so much for that information.
Welcome, Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
The next one is Mpumalanga. Where is Mpumalanga? Mpumalanga. Not yet. Unable to. Okay. Lindy.
Chair, I didn't receive any.
Are they
any
present anyway?
apology. No, Chair, I have no idea, as I didn't get any apology from them.
Okay, maybe they will join. Other people are struggling to join on time. Let's pass and get to Northern Cape.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, my colleagues, HODs. I'm Nondobeko Vilakazi, MEC responsible for social development in the Northern Cape. Thank you.
Welcome, Dupsy. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you fresh and vibe as a young person.
Thank
You are
you.
welcome, Northern Cape.
Thank you.
The next one is Northwest.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, ministers, deputy ministers, and honorable members, and all who are in this platform. Witumelo Muilo is my name, MEC for Social Development in the Northwest Province. Thank you.
Welcome to Melo, long time. Hey,
Thank
this is a- this is a reunion. Thank you ever so much. Hi, man. Thank you ever so much, Northwest. Jane, don't make this meeting to be controversial and also chaotic. Witumelo, we are from Northwest, both of you. Welcome, welcome, Witumelo. And then the next one is it KZN? Which I have forgotten, shame, sorry for them. K is supposed to be after.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. For the Department of Social Development Portfolio Committee, I'm the HOD in KZN Nelisiwe Vilakazi. I'm representing the MEC. The MEC couldn't be with us, so we are also sending her apology. So the MEC couldn't be with us, but Nelisiwe Vilakazi, chairperson, and thank you very much. The chairperson, there are two Vilakazis here. I've seen the Honorable MEC for the Northern Cape. Good morning.
Hey, Nelisiwe, when I saw Strayel, we wanted the honorable members to be the one that are introducing themselves. When I saw Fagama apology, welcome, Nelisiwe. We are happy to be with you again, but other other HODs couldn't manage to greet us. But as we speak, as they speak, they will introduce themselves and put on the videos. Otherwise, it will be a whole day. Nelisiwe sesijabulile sesiqhelile, so akaboni next ukuthi naye maybe next time uzaba yi-honorable member Nelisiwe. Thank you ever so much, Nelisiwe, for the KZN. Yeyiphi engiyishiyayo ke ngoku?
Western Cape, Chair.
Western Cape. How can I, being a person who's always in Western Cape? Western Cape, you will be the last one.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members and MECs, HODs. I am Robert MacDonald. I'm the head of social development in the Western Cape. The MEC has tendered her apologies, so I will be representing the province today. Thank you, Chairperson.
And who is the MEC?
That would be MEC Fernandez.
Okay. Thank you ever so much, Menir. But we wanted the MECs to introduce themselves, and then we were about to get into apologies. But seemingly, the power as HODs, definitely. You took over the power. Thank you ever so much. You are all welcome in this meeting. Then what we are going to do in terms of the DSD officials, we will only allow the acting DG to introduce themselves, and after that, we are not going to switch on the videos. It's lots and lots of them, but he will just tell us yena ula, and then we'll give over to the minister to give us the political overview. LinkedIn.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much, and a very good morning to you and honorable members. Let me also greet my minister, the deputy minister, and indeed the MECs who have joined the meeting. I want to confirm, Chair, that indeed the department is here. We are supported by the officials who are responsible for this work. I also would like to indicate that all the HODs responsible for social development are also in the meeting, and they will duly provide some aspects of reporting in terms of this meeting a little bit later. So thank you very much, Chair. We are all here in full attendance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay. Thank you, and you are also welcome. Can we then, Lindy? Will you please flight the agenda so as to give over to the minister? You are welcome, minister, and the deputy minister. Then before that, definitely there's that item that always say adoption of the agenda. Can we pass by that? In fact, can we get into that one of adopting the agenda as proposed? One item on the agenda, briefing by the department. Can I get a hand from the honorable members to adopt the agenda as proposed? Honorable members, am I audible to you?
Member Masango's
Members
chair.
of
Member Masango's hand is up.
Yes, Honorable Bridget Masango.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to move to adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to second the proposal for the adoption of the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stock. The agenda has been adopted and seconded. Can we then proceed by going straight to the minister? Minister and deputy ministers are welcomed already. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to firstly, as you indicated earlier, send our condolences also to the members with bereavements, condolences to them. And secondly, I would like to all switch off my video, Chair, because my network is not very good, because I'm also connected on the other side in cabinet. So now you have seen that it's me, sort of robot, I am here. And then thirdly, Chairperson, I would like to also, as you indicated earlier on about the issues of violence against women and children, I think that we should consistently, I believe, Chairperson, that we should work and act in unison, and we must work in concert at all levels. for us to be able to deal with this problem. And Chairperson, I do want to say that our view as a department is that we need to deal with violence in general in South Africa, but of course focus especially on the violence against women and children. And we are now working towards the 16 days of activism. And you rightfully said, it's not just the 16 days of activism, but it is also 365 days. And in coming with today's meeting, Chairperson, I firstly would like to thank the provinces and in particular the MECs who have joined us, and also indicate, Chairperson, the new MECs that have joined our fold, that is Gauteng as well as Eastern Cape, Mbali, MEC Fanta. We welcome them in the family of DSD portfolio. Today's meeting, I'm hoping, Chairperson, that from time to time, I am in cabinet. I just stepped aside. I will try my best to come back again, maybe towards the end, unless I find that it's difficult for me to do so. Then I would request that you accept my apology, and I'm hoping that the DM is in the meeting so that she can then be able to carry on where maybe there might be need for political comments. Honorable Chair will recall that when I last reported the progress on foster care orders to this committee in February this year, we projected that there were going to be in excess of 78,000 foster care orders and deviations between March 22 and now. Now, please allow me to announce to you that working hard with our provinces, we reduced this number to nearly 11,000 orders. And of course, our quest remains to have zero outstanding foster care orders. It is precisely with this objective in mind that we have taken the steps with which we are realizing the interests of children where foster care is concerned. In the wisdom of the Honorable Committee also, I truly demonstrate, and in the wisdom of the Honorable Committee and truly demonstrating the committee's consideration for the interests of children who are rendered vulnerable by the shortcomings of the foster care system, only the 15 clauses that are focused on resolving the foster care challenges were brought forward to the bill. And Chairperson, I actually do not want to talk much so that I can give both the committee, both the department and the committee to have time to deliberate. But noting the objective progress that I am making in translating the 2017 order into practical outcomes last week, Tuesday, which was the 8th of November, the judge extended this order by another 12 months until November 2023. And I'm 100% sure, Chairperson, considering what we went through right at the beginning when we started and the challenges that we're always confronted with, this pronouncement by the judge would have not happened if there wasn't progress and if we were not working well with each other. While this extension will avert the risk of the 11,000 or so foster care orders lapsing, fundamentally this extension is intended at affording us as a collective the time we need to complete the legislative process that we are fully engaged with in the quest to implement the comprehensive legal solution in order to undo the challenges in foster care system. I do wish to thank the provinces, Chairperson, for the work, and it's been really been a push from ourselves also at national level, but the provinces and the political leadership was very much committed in ensuring that we don't find ourselves in the same position we were almost a year or two ago. And Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, please receive the report, and I would hand over back to you, Chairperson, so that the DG can then take over. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm done, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Your apology has been accepted. We understand, as I have said before, that we know that it's a cabinet day, but you always commit yourself and respect our portfolio committee by being present in most of the time. And the deputy minister is with us. If she is with us, she will hold the fort. Thank you ever so much. Excused when you wish that it's time for you to leave the meeting. Can we then go to the next item, Lindy, which is the briefing by the DSD?
Yes, Chair. I've made Usiviwe Kakaza as the co-host. ADG, I'm in the right track. Is there anyone else I must make a co-host?
Yeah, please, can you make Neliswa the host of the presentation? Neliswa, please. Yes.
Okay. Sure. I've done it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we proceed, Honorable Chair? I omitted to also acknowledge the new MECs who have joined the Department of Social Development portfolio. Honorable Chair, my apologies for that. We also welcome them. I think the Minister has provided a high-level overview, Honorable Chair, of how we've, I suppose, fared in the past few months, particularly around the fact that we have indeed managed to address a significant number of backlogs, and of course, still quite a bit remains for us to address. But I think the judge was indeed pleased that when we presented to him that we've made some progress. And of course, we will talk a little bit to that. I think this presentation will just encompass around 3 areas in the main, Honorable Chair. The one is the order that was extended by the judge on the 8th of November. And we're glad that we've got an extension for 12 months this time. And this, of course, is to provide us additional time to facilitate the completion of the legislative process in preparing for the implementation of the comprehensive legal solution. We'll give a quick high-level status just in terms of how we've done progress-wise, and of course, some of the measures that we've put in place to address this matter. Nelly, so you can go to the first the presentation. You can put it on the screen and go to the first slide. I just wanted to remind honorable members, and we will just at a high level.
I'm still not able to share, DG. I'm sorry. Lindy, can you allow me to disable from my side, because it says host disabled participant screen from sharing.
We also get a plan B.
Okay, Nelly.
I managed now, thank you.
Okay, sis.
Great, thank you very much. Chair, I just wanted to remind honorable members of two elements of the judgment that was handed down with regards to this matter. Firstly, it directed the minister in terms of legislation to ensure that we put in place a comprehensive legal solution. And that was the responsibility borne to the minister. And I must say that we've moved a great deal in this regard. But it then also directed provinces to ensure that they put the adequate structures, systems, mechanisms, and resources in place to address the challenge of foster care. That's the specific elements that were put down, but also to ensure that we address the backlog in terms of foster care cases, but also ensure that there is no backlog in the future. And this is a responsibility by virtue of provinces being at the coalface of this work, was then the responsibility for provinces to address. And in this meeting, you will hear from specific provinces in terms of how they have fared in addressing the issue insofar as the backlog is concerned, and how they've put systems in place, structures in place, mechanisms, and resources to address this backlog as per the judgment. And of course, with regards to the comprehensive legal solution, we've moved a great deal on our side. I must also indicate, Honorable Chair, that just yesterday, last night, the Select Committee adopted the Children's Amendment Bill and voted in its favor. And I think this is a significant move towards closing the aspects of the comprehensive legal solution. All that remains now is for the bill to be tabled in the House, formally be adopted, and then we would have addressed the comprehensive legal solution. And I think I must really also appreciate the committee for moving as swiftly as it did in that regard, and as well as the Select Committee for assisting us in moving this legislation. Now we go to the presentation. If you could go to the first slide, I think I've already done second slide. I've dealt with the outline, just providing some high-level update. And we will guide in terms of how provinces will go. Nelly, so can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so let me ask Advocate Dladla, the slide before this, one more back, one more again. Okay, so this is just to remind honorable members that, of course, we were taken to court by Center for Child Law, and they sought relief regarding foster care backlogs, the challenges that we're having in the country. And of course, a number of backlogs, a number of cases were lapsing, and prior to the extension of granted by the court, that would have affected beneficiaries insofar as them receiving their foster care grants. And of course, there were delays, that we couldn't address in terms of the backlogs in 2011, and an extension was then requested in 2014, and it was granted for a further 3 years, lapsing in December 27. And then in 2017, the North Gauteng High Court declared that the delay by the first respondent in preparing the introduction and introducing before Parliament amending legislation to produce a comprehensive legal solution in respect of the foster care system was unconstitutional, unlawful, and invalid, and delay in putting in place the necessary mechanisms, structures, resources, which is what I've spoken to ensure that the foster care system operates in a suitable and effective manner, was unconstitutional, unlawful, and invalid. Now, I ask Advocate Dladla to take us through the balance of the presentation, and then Nelly will come in, Honorable Chair, and then we will guide provinces in terms of which provinces will flow as you've had it on your agenda, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much. Advocate Dladla.
Thank you, Honorable Linton. Over to Nelson. Is it Nelson or Nelson?
Advocate Dladla will come in first, Chair, and then Nelly will follow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, TJ. Honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable Minister, the honorable Minister in absentia, honorable MECs, HODs, and colleagues, good morning. As the DG has already dealt with this slide, the first slide with regards to the fact that we were taken by the Center for Child Law in 2011. And then, but now what maybe I can just add to what the DG has said is that the effect of the fact that these foster care orders were lapsed at the time was that SASSA could not be in a position then to pay foster care grants in that regard. So that is the reason why we as a department had to seek extension so that we deal with the issue of the lapsed foster care grants. So the declaration in 2017, as we went to court, then the declaration that was invalidity was suspended, of course, for 24 months, Honorable Chair. And then the minister was directed, of course, to prepare and introduce before Parliament the necessary amendments to the Children's Amendment Bill within 15 months, and then to produce a comprehensive legal solution regarding the foster care system. Indeed, Honorable Chair and members, the minister, as the first respondent in this regard, complied with the order in that the introduction, the Amendment Bill was introduced to Parliament This is a current process that this AUKUS committee is currently assist with. Further, Chair, the Social Assistance Amendment Act has been passed into law, and then regulations are enforced, which positively contributes to the comprehensive legal solution. And go to the next slide. Honorable Chair, what has happened now with regards to progress? After the 2017 court order then expired, and then we had to ask for extension. So then in 2019,
Excuse me, can we request you to enlarge this font?
Asking for extension, that is 2019, 2020, and 22. Seeking
Excuse me.
extension of the foster care order.
Excuse me.
Because the department at the time
Hello.
was not in a position
Hello.
to finalize the comprehensive legal solution. And also there were issues with regards to the backlog in that regard. So the court, when it then it has directed that the minister, the department rather should arrange supervisory hearings.
Mr. Dladla, Advocate Dladla, Chairperson is calling you. I've muted you. Chair, you can proceed. I'm going to unmute. Chair.
I'm saying, Lindy, can we request the advocate to increase the font? Hey,
okay, Chair, let me phone him. I think there is some technical glitch because they seem not to hear you.
Ngubani co-host so that
I'm going to speak to
we have. Yes. Lindy, I'm
listening. Okay, I'll speak to Nelly, Chair.
Yes. Yenzani kanjalo vulani bethuna siyibona. Singabi ngathi kukho something that we are hiding on this. Thank you, Lindy. That's better. Can they proceed? Can they proceed, Lindy?
Hi, Chair. Can you see him? Because I only see him. I don't see the presentation.
We see the presentation from our side.
Okay.
I hope other honorable members are able to speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Chair and other members and of the committee. It looks like I got muted. The host looks like they just muted everybody.
I didn't mute anyone. I muted and unmuted you.
They can't hear you. It's the earphones. That's the problem. It's Nelly, yes, but we were supposed to hold it. Let me just talk to Nelly so quickly. Just increase your volume now. Are we audible now, Chair? Apologies for this.
Yes, you are audible, AG, acting DG.
Okay, we're just, Nelly, can you increase the font, please?
The font has been already increased.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Apologies for that. Let's proceed then. Thank you.
Apologies for the hiccup, Chair and honorable members. I'll continue on the third bullet on the screen. The court also further ordered, Chair, that the department must, at all its high-level meetings, comply with the order, and then by including in the discussions relevant progress that is made thereon, and they're also recorded. What does that mean, Chair? It means that the MINMEC, HSDS, EXCO, and relevant structures of the provinces must have a standing item on the agenda regarding the update of the foster care issues, including the implementation of the action plan. We can go to the next slide. Honorable Chair, there is a significant progress made with regards to the comprehensive legal solution, and thanks to this August committee. The next slide. The portfolio committee, of course, has indeed dealt with this with the Children's Amendment Bill, in that it published the bill for public comments and then conducted public hearings and consulted with in all provinces covering about 34 districts. Initially, the bill, as you all aware, members of the committee and also Honorable Chair, is that the bill contained 146 clauses and covers all the issues pertaining to child protection. Of course, in the interest of time, to comply with the deadline, the North Gauteng High Court, the committee, in its wisdom, decided to reject all the clauses, including the ECD clauses, and focus on the clauses that relate to foster care. The word rejected, Chair, here is a technical term in drafting. It does not mean that these clauses will not be considered. Because the rest of the clauses will then be dealt with later in the committee bill. The current bill, Chair, it consists of 15 clauses, and then which directly contribute to the comprehensive legal solution as ordered by the High Court. These clauses provide for a legal framework that directly addresses the identified foster care challenges. And also, can I mention also, the Chair, that when the portfolio committee rejected the clauses that doesn't have to do with the foster care, the ECD clauses also will be dealt with by the relevant basic education committee. Honorable Chair, the department and briefed the committee with regards to the progress in terms of the Amendment Bill. The briefed the select committee on the 23rd of September. And then in the select committee, National Council of Provinces then subsequently conducted public hearings in all provinces from 10 to the 26th of October. Of course, the process was followed by the select committee and also in the provinces, and then and all the provinces concluded their hearings and then submitted their negotiating mandates on the 1st of November 2022. As the DG alluded to earlier on, Chair, that the committee finalized the bill on the 15th of November and adopted with relevant amendments rather. So that was last night. So there's tremendous progress that's been made, Honorable Chair, in this regard. And then what I would just like to indicate, Chair, is that it became, Honorable Chair and members, that it became apparent to the department that the bill could not be finalized by the 11th of November 2022 to ensure the foster care orders do not lapse. Hence, the department then approached the court seeking an extension for the foster care order for at least 12 months, which was subsequently granted. The only reason why also the Chair, I'll say that we as a department decided to approach the court for extension was solely to afford this August committee to finalize the legislative process, and then also for the department to make regulations that are going to be implementing this particular piece of legislation. So I'll pause there, Chair, for now, and request my colleague to continue the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much. And sorry about the hiccup in regards to the.
Okay, thank you very much, Advocate. Who's your colleague? Can your colleague take over from where you stopped?
Yeah, with your permission, Nelly Swakegi, so we then proceed, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, DG and colleagues, as well as HODs present in the meeting. I will be presenting the statistics based on the reports that we have received from provinces. And this slide basically indicates where we're coming from with the court orders. As we have indicated, Minister indicated that we had 78,000 that were going to lapse, which is basically the deviations and projections that needed to be dealt with before March 2022. And of course, we were assisted by that court order that was extended. Hence, we didn't have these orders lapsing. Eastern Cape had about 18,887. That is basically the deviations that they had up to March 2022.
Nelisa, Mr. Kiso, can we get the presentation? We don't see it. Will you please flight it?
Honorable member, Honorable Chairperson, can you see the presentation now?
No, not yet.
My goodness. What happened now?
Chair, I think it's your gadget. The presentation is here.
Okay.
No, we are able to see it now, but can she increase the font so that everyone is able to see it?
It's going to affect. Honorable Chair, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, I hope everybody is able to see it. And thank you ever so much. It has been enlarged.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I was
But the only thing, I don't know what's happening. Yes, that's better. The provinces must also, yes, thank you.
Okay,
That's
thank you, Honorable Chair. So I was indicating that these are the court orders that were supposed to lapse if we didn't have the 2020 court order, which actually assisted us. And as Minister indicated that we had 78,953. Just to give a breakdown of these figures, Eastern Cape had 18,877. Free State, 7,703. Gauteng, 13,264. KZN, 18,186. Limpopo, 4,673. Mpumalanga, 1,502. Northern Cape, 3,901. Northwest, 1,312. Western Cape, 9,535. These are the court orders that were carried from previous years prior to 2020 November up to March 2022. So the provinces really, Honorable Chair, have worked hard because now, as you can see in this slide, which is now where we are in relation to all the deviations and projections that now needed to be dealt with. So just to give an approximate figure, 67,000 approximately had been dealt with by provinces. Hence now we're saying that this court order that now we just received for extension, if we didn't have it, we would have had 11,308 orders that would lapse. However, the provinces have really managed to push and work hard to ensure that, these orders are dealt with. So these are the deviations, but I must indicate, Honorable Chair, that when you look at this deviation, it's deviation from the previous month, meaning it's from October backward, meaning to March 2022, as well as the projections for the month of November. And I do have a belief that provinces, most of them, could have managed to deal with these cases if they were to really look at pushing these targets for the November month, because the court order is expiring on the 27th. So it means if they were to be given the month of November to deal with these orders that we see here, we wouldn't really have even that 11,000. It could be very, very minimum. As you can see that KZN had the biggest number, as well as Western Cape, Free State, and Gauteng. Possibly they wouldn't have managed, but I think the provinces, as they do their presentations, they would indicate. Honorable Chairperson, my slide 10, basically, and 11, as well as slide 12, they basically indicate the breakdown of these deviations that I'm indicating in the slide 9, which is the 11,000 that I spoke about, that these are the deviations, including the progress that has been made. So when we look at these slides, for instance, your 6,486 plus 1,686 plus the 3,186, those are actually the deviations that have been accumulated from previous months, now giving into this overall 11,308 that I spoke about. So I just want to indicate that our slide 13, it basically, in a narrative form, demonstrate those tables that I have already shared. That is the progress at high level, Honorable Chairperson. And then the provinces would be able really to demonstrate how are they going to deal with the remaining 11,000 together, and ensuring that we don't get the challenge of having monthly targets not met, because we get the deviations because of monthly targets that are not met. And that is why the High Court was saying that there must be structures, mechanisms, and resources in place to ensure that the foster care program is managed effectively. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelsiwe. Am I right?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson,
Okay.
Nellis Matsekiso.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mexikiso. Can we then, out of the presentation that has been done, give over to provinces on what has been said? This time around, I'm not going to call any province, but the one that is ready to present should. In terms of the numbers that have been projected, is it the case? And if it is not the case, can they correct it? And what is it that they are going to do? What is the plan? Over to you, provinces. Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members present here, Minister in her absence and Deputy Minister, DG and his entourage, and also MECs from different provinces, HODs from different provinces, and the staff at large. Let me greet you all in the name of Jesus. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, as my maiden meeting as MEC for Social Development, let me take a little bit of your time of having just a brief overview. I must firstly appreciate the opportunity to engage with the committee and lead the department to table the progress report on the progress made to meet the deadline of the North Gauteng High Court judgment on the management of foster care backlog. The report of the Eastern Cape will be tabled here and will give account of the department performance to date. It will demonstrate delivery gaps and further explain delivery challenges that remain with remedial actions. As the province was made steady progress in addressing the backlog in foster care order extensions, we're gradually surpassing the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which had restricted effect on all operations, which in turn impacted on already strained service system, such as foster care. Honorable Chairperson, the foster care is still considered the best method of alternative care for children that need care and protection through foster care. Children should be placed in an atmosphere that is an environment that is conducive so that they recognize the social, educational, health, and cultural needs without discrimination. So through foster care, we can strive to make sure children are protected and grow up in a safe and healthy environment. To sustain this, one of the political priorities for the sixth administration is to explore development of foster care grant exit plan for beneficiaries and foster care to self-sufficiency. Foster care exit can erode the quality of life, particularly in circumstances where the foster care parents did not have exit plans put in place. Hence, we need to identify and arrange anticipated services for youth who are in process of transitioning out of the foster care. Key to this is to explore the sharing of database for social assistance beneficiaries between social development and all government departments, so that beneficiaries of social assistance may holistically benefit from government programs post the foster care grant exit is deemed a necessity. On challenges and weaknesses, Chairperson, notwithstanding the positive impact that comes with it, foster care suffers from serious deficiencies to an extent that the rights of children are compromised. There is a shortage of social workers to render the foster care services, and the existing social workers are inundated with high caseloads daily and resources in terms of working tools. This is a long-standing challenge in the Eastern Cape. We strive to continuously improve our systems and coordinate better with our stakeholders agency, SASSA in particular, in order to eradicate all remaining foster care case backlogs. In the Eastern Cape, SASSA, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, has been providing commendable support in sharing resources with us for overall management of foster care. We highly appreciate the job that is done by SASSA in our province. They provide us with transport because we have a shortage of transport. As I indicated earlier on that we have a shortage of working tools. SASSA assists us with transport in clearing foster care backlog and when social workers are going to do home visits. With those few words, I would like to give HOD of the department to give a practicality of where we are at the moment as the Department of Social Development in the Eastern Cape. I thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Bukiwe Fanda. Akhomlenza ungena dolo madoda. Ndiye ndanyanzeleka ndimyeke enze i-political overview. The only thing that we need from Eastern Cape then, Uguti, maybe the MEC has mentioned that HOD is having a plan in terms of trying to reduce whatever that is there. Can we then give over to the HOD?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
My name is Kuluka Zimba. I am the director responsible for childcare and protection. Our HOD had to attend another meeting. Allow me, through your permission, Honorable Chairperson, to greet you and the honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable MECs, the DG, HODs, and colleagues. As indicated, I have been asked to just add to what the Honorable MEC has indicated. The province
Before that,
confirms-
before that, when you greet, please, Linduka, switch on your video and also protocol observed. Kuba lingatshona ilanga simanisa ukuthi molweni bani nobani nobani. Will you please switch on your video and then after that you switch it off when you present? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I have already greeted with all protocol observed. Kuluka Zimba is my name. Thank you.
You can switch it off soon, Lucas. Thank you very much.
We, as the province, we wish to confirm, as already presented, the total outstanding number of 640 matters. However, out of the 640 cases indicated, 234 are already in court, meaning that the DSD social workers and designated child protection organizations have already done their part. That leaves us with 406 cases. These 406 cases are in 5 of our districts, and as 3 of our districts have cleared.
Do you, Kulukazi, I'm sorry for intercepting you. Do you have a presentation? Because asiyiboni apha, it's not flighted yet. I heard you saying that you've got 146.
Chair,
yes.
Chair, the department is trying to, they are controlling the slide from the national department. They are trying to move the slides. Uned is trying to move the slides to the slide where Mama Zema is talking to.
Thank you, Lindy. Will they do that, please? So that
Yeah,
in
she's trying.
see the presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Nation.
Okay. We are able to see it.
Oh, shame. Oh, no, Mama Sakai. Inkosi ba? You are andiyazi ngenzeka. Iyenza kodwa. Hayibo.
Khani mute kaloku singaniva thina qhubekekani kodwa nisibonise i-presentation yase-Eastern Cape.
Mr. Kiso, can I request that we go to the slide that reflects the total deviation?
Ms. Simba, I've just projected. Can you see it?
If you can go to the one that reflects the total deviation.
The national
Yes,
presentation.
We are able to see it, the deviation. Continue.
The one that reflects the 640, Mr. Gisson?
Yes, it's reflecting Ms. Simba.
Yes, thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson, I was indicating that we are confirming those figures and that out of the 640 that is reflected, currently 234 matters are already in court, meaning that the social workers, the SD, as well as from the designated child protection organizations have already done their part. That leaves the province with 406 cases that are lying mainly in 5 of our districts, as 3 of our districts have already cleared their backlog. We are continuing with the remaining 406 as if there is no extension. We have ongoing interaction with both the judiciary and SASSA on all matters that are already at court, as well as those that we must still send through to the court. And that also includes ensuring that all extended orders are captured in the system by SASSA. I would like to end there, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll discuss the reports when you are all done. Can we get the next province? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Lindy, excuse me,
Chairperson.
Lindy. Who is the next one?
Free State Chair, we are doing alphabetical.
Okay, Free State. Can
Gauteng afterwards.
they Lentuka, enlarge this font again as we did before? Free State, Free State.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to all that are in the meeting. Chairperson, I confirm that the report on the Free State as captured by National is a true reflection of our challenges on foster care. But the only thing that I want to talk on before I give over to the HOD is my concern that I have always been raising in MINMEC and in all our appearances before this committee, that foster care is a responsibility and mandate of social development. But the challenge for me is that we have given our work, our tasks that we are supposed to be doing a new name, the name called Gauteng High Court foster care. And Chair, it is because this case comes a long way and we have not taken the number of cases of the case when it started, in the year it started, and say out of those cases that were there then, what is it that we have done and whether we have done away with those cases. So we are doing this work, carrying it over and over again, calling new cases that have nothing to do with the Gauteng High Court case. We're also giving them the name Gauteng High Court case. Now, for me, if we could deal with that, I don't think that we'll be dealing with the deviations or the cases that are behind in a manner that we're supposed to be doing. I want to believe that we have long done with the High Court case and that we are supposed to be doing our work as normally as we should be doing. That's my only concern. Chair, I'm giving over to the HOD to present the Free State report. Thank you very much. Is
Okay, over to you.
HOD, is Advocate Patho, the HOD from the Free State.
Advocate Patho, can you greet and we see your face and then you switch off the video after that.
I will definitely
Advocate.
do. Good morning, Honorable Chair. And let me rise on the protocols established, the Minister and the rest of the honorable members and colleagues. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I Chairperson, I would indeed want to speak on the slide which was projected earlier, but let me just address the following issues which we managed to work on. We worked very hard to reduce the numbers, and we were not relying on hope, because hope is not a strategy really. We sat down, we planned, we said, what is that will enable us to ensure that we do reduce these numbers within the time set out by the court. Chairperson, just quickly, we did a training of social workers to capture cases on the web-based monitoring tool. We ensured that we monitor our work, because if you can't measure and you can't monitor, you can't definitely control what you're doing. We rallied all the support of the management support, including the support of our EA, the MEC. We ensured that we deal with issues that relates to personnel, vehicles, tools such as laptops, the offices. We're not perfect, but we ensured that we deal with those issues. We formed a task team, Chairperson, comprising of key support structures such as SCM, ICT, infrastructure, because they are key with regard to that as part of our strategy in ensuring that we deal with these issues. We had meetings with the districts to monitor progress, and we had monitoring meetings held with DCPOs, SASA, judiciary, and districts. So we were deliberate and quite conscious and throwing everything in trying to ensure that we deal with these issues and we work within the confines of the date as dictated to by the North Gauteng High Court order. On this issue, Chairperson, Sis Nelly earlier said that the provinces will speak in terms of this. I'll want to speak on this one, and I rest, and maybe I can field the questions, if any. At the time of the extension, as mentioned by the minister and yourself in this meeting, Chairperson, the Free State Province had an outstanding of 1,202, as reflected there at the bottom right. Remaining court orders to be dealt with until the end of November 2022. Systems are in place to continue attending to these cases. Like our colleagues in the Eastern Cape, we're continuing as if we have not received an extension to deal with these matters. And pointedly, were we going to be able to meet that deadline with these numbers of 1,202? The answer is to the affirmative. So that's how we're doing it, Chair, and we're still working on these issues. And we're doing the issue of the foster care as a project, because if we don't, and we don't throw in resources, and we don't begin to map it properly and see areas which are the critical line, and so we might miss it. But we are indeed working on those, and that's what we have done today, Chairperson. And we, as the MEC has said, the report as captured by the Department of Social Development is a true reflection of what has transpired in the Free State. Thank you very much, Chair. I've already spoken about those that I said we have done, Chairperson. Those issues of structures, mechanisms that we have put in place. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I hope the honorable members are noting the questions, concerns, comments. Let's proceed to another province.
Gauteng, Honorable Chair.
Gauteng.
Mangibonge Sihlalo. And may I just be forgiven if my network does not function. Sila Stella and then spilled following the flooding that had taken place. Safe to say, Sihlalo, ukuthi, as in terms of our report, the team has done quite a lot of work in terms of reducing the numbers, as Gauteng was one of those provinces that had a huge backlog. If Chair would allow me to request Director with Child Care and Protection, or Yvonne, to please present on our behalf and to be able to take the committee through. Ngiyabonga.
Good morning, honorable members, chairperson, with all protocol observed. I'd like to just put on my video and then I will switch it off humbly. Thank you. Honorable members and chairperson, I think with Gauteng province, we have 6 slides that are part of this presentation. I see Ms. Sikiso had gone straight into the slide that gives our broad overview. But before I get there, I think as MEC rightfully said, Gauteng was sitting with a very large number of cases as part of our foster care backlog, and therefore we had to swiftly respond to the challenges with regards to responding and bringing down our cases. As part of Gauteng DSD management, a number of mechanisms has been put in place, and I just want to draw emphasis on what mechanisms have been put in place to yield the results that we currently have in terms of our numbers, which has reduced quite significantly. On the first slide, chairperson and members, with regards to the social workers and our human resource capital that we've emphasized on. Like you've seen, we've redeployed social workers from a number of areas to come in and assist with the foster care backlog within the 5 regions, including social workers, auxiliary workers, canalization officers, social work supervisors, student social workers, as well as admin interns to support on the administrative expectations of lowering the foster care backlog. I think we can move to the next slide, where we also focused on some of the other resources that were required, and that was on the capital resources. Again, chairperson and honorable members.
Excuse me. The
Yes,
person who is flighting the slides, is she unable to enlarge or increase the font so that we can see, because it's faint? Yes, thank you very much. Even the others, you must do the same. Free State was just small. Okay, thank you very much. Continue. I'm sorry for disrupting you.
Thank you, chairperson. Just to draw emphasis on this particular slide, a number of tools of trade has been allocated to our social workers in order for them to effectively perform their duties. In response, 275 vehicles were allocated to statutory services in all 5 regions, allowing them to do and undertake their assessments, conduct their home visits, as well as support the foster parent or the prospective foster parents in this regard. In addition to that, we had to look at printers that were required as part of printing reports that needs to be presented at court. 237 laptops as well as 3G cards were allocated to our social work managers and social work supervisors. And all DSD social workers that were working on the foster care backlog were in possession of cell phones. Over and above that, we see that Ruweraport Office had also allocated additional floor space so that the social workers have enough office space to be able to interview clients where necessary. And with regards to responding to some of our load shedding challenges, our biggest region, Joburg Regional Office, was equipped with a generator as well. Just to say, Chairperson and honorable members, we also note that there needs to be some medium to long-term interventions so that we are able to sustain our not having a backlog moving forward. We note that there needs to be additional procurement of desktop laptops as well as GG vehicles, in addition to social infrastructure on office space within our communities that will be accessible to our clients. We can move on to the next slide. Chairperson and honorable members, when it came to our management mechanisms, I think this was a turning point for Gauteng DSD because it was able to yield the results and see the improvement in our number reductions. And that went into having every second week having monthly meetings, foster care meetings, which we refer to as our micromanagement project meetings, where in all 5 regions, we go through each of the cases to find out what are some of the challenges related to not able to conclude on foster care cases. Those meetings took place every second Monday, and we were able to track and support the regions where there were challenges. For instance, we found that we were still awaiting a large number of cases, we're awaiting court dates, and as province, we went in and engaged our regional counterparts in the Department of Justice so that we were able to get the necessary court dates and have those matters appear before the court and orders being issued. We also, in terms of our governance structures, we put together what is called the Provincial Steering Committee Monitor Meetings, again, monitoring foster care at a level where we are able to address challenges, blockages swiftly and resolve on them. In addition to that, we also took our foster care reporting tool to our risk management committee meetings, because I think we realized the risks involved and the disadvantage we'll be putting our beneficiaries in. We also was able to monitor and track foster care progress in our risk management committee meetings. I think these governance structures have worked well for the department and was able to yield the results that is required. We can move on to the slide where it gives an overview of our cases. Thank you, Ms. Sikiso. Whilst the slide is being moved to that particular slide, I'd like to draw attention to the overview that was given. Yes, indeed, Gauteng is sitting with a backlog at the moment of 1,736, categorized in the following areas. The first category of 1,299 is the progress that we've made as at the end of October 2022 on the deviations that were accumulated prior to the 12th of November to August. In this regard, we have 1,299 cases yet to be concluded on. On the second category, it's a progress made with regards to foster care orders for October that were indeed extended by the Children's Court as at the end of October. We had initially 443 cases. The numbers were reduced to 129. On the last category, where the progress on foster care orders projected and targeted that were going to lapse in November 2022, that was extended by the Children's Court in the province by the 31st of October. We had a number of 492. The province was able to bring it to 308. So that was our total number of cases as at the end of October, was 1,736. But I'd like to inform the Honorable Chairperson as well as the committee members as well as Minister to say we've made immense stride in that number. We are now currently sitting as at the 14th of November 2022 with only 972 cases in terms of our foster care backlog. We are very confident, Chairperson and members, that we would be able to work this backlog by the end of November. At our next micromanagement meeting, which will be held on the 28th of November, we are confident that our numbers will be significantly reduced. Over and above that, Chairperson and members, Like I said, we are confident that we will be able to reduce the numbers as at the end of November. We also found through this exercise that there's been a number of external dependencies which the province is reliant on. There is a plan of action that we've put in place to address, for instance, awaiting court dates from our respective courts. That is being addressed to the regional head to fast track the allocation of court dates to the province. In some areas, we're also looking at our NGOs, particularly our child protection organizations that seem to be struggling with bringing their numbers down. We've resolved to take over those cases so that we are able within the department's offices intervene on those cases. I think our commitment as part of my closing comments, Chairperson and honorable members, Gauteng Provincial Department of Social Development is noting that as of January 2023, we would not want to have any cases under the provisions of the North Gauteng High Court order. In fact, we want to be at a zero backlog and only be working on our new foster care cases that come into the department, as well as maintain our foster care database on current cases. Therefore, there should be no lapsing of orders. We also trying to put together a sustainability plan so that commitment is maintained from January 2023 and beyond. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. And you said you are the director? Director who?
Director for Childcare and Protection Services, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we go to the next province?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The next province is KwaZulu-Natal.
Okay.
May I request the person who is behind the, yes, to actually move the slides.
Okay.
Yes, can you move the slides up a little bit? Yes, yes, yes. In terms of item number 1 on mechanism, structures and resources that we have as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have 1,573 social workers that are providing foster care services and 135 supervisors, 162 social auxiliary workers, and then a total of 1,276 social workers. What we have done to ensure that we escalate the provision of foster care services is for the district to actually prioritize the implementation of the foster care services. And then these are the capital resources that we have, which include the offices that we have. We have 82 offices across the province, as well as other resources that include the vehicles. And then we also have prioritized the procurement process in terms of the tools of trade, in terms of the staff. We must indicate that the computers or laptops that were made available to the social workers, that includes the printers as well. The next slide. And please go down. Yes, I think it's important to indicate that we do have the chief directorate that is responsible for this work, and that there are meetings that are held in monitoring the foster care backlog. That includes the high-level monitoring and evaluation, and visits to offices with high backlog, because we do have those offices that are hotspots in terms of the high backlog. We must indicate also that of the foster care meetings in the province, and also strengthening the monitoring of this program. We have come up with something like foster care Fridays or foster care Mondays, where offices are encouraged to have dedicated meetings to discuss issues. On this one, we're looking at the required structures to facilitate implementation of the program. We do have working sessions, chairperson, with other key stakeholders like SASSA. As you know, that SASSA is able to actually give us the data from SOCPEN. We do engage with them regularly, and that includes the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, because we strongly believe that they will assist us in terms of strengthening the system, the issue of the review of the foster care orders, and also identify the challenges that are linked to the Department of Justice, if there are any. Our planned interventions to ensure that we work closely with these key stakeholders, and also ensuring that SASSA clean the data, and also ensuring that there's capturing of foster care orders on the system. That includes the reconciliation of the data in SOCPEN. In terms of the intersectoral collaboration, chairperson and members, we last had the meeting on the 30th of August 2022, and the case law meeting is to be held in 2 weeks' time, which is the 28th of October 20. It was held on the 28th of October 2022. We want to ensure that we strengthen the compliance in terms of the annual schedule that we came up with. The next slide. And then the implementation of the web-based foster care monitoring tool. We must appreciate, chairperson and members, the support that we received from the National Department of Social Development, led by the DG, Mr. Mtunu, that supported us with the data capturers. So the 22 data capturers that were contracted by South Africa, that were actually given to us as an additional resource to actually ensure that we implement the web-based foster care monitoring tool, because we never had that as the province. But what we've done, while these intense data capturers were supporting us, we tried also to ensure that some social workers and social auxiliary workers and admin, they also get exposed, so that they are able to capture on the system and use this web-based monitoring tool. And the districts that have been captured are indicated here, which is Umsunya, Tsugela, Mkanyagut, and Zululand. So there's this work, which is 15,000, the work that has been captured thus far, which is a huge improvement, chairperson, because we had never started as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we are very much grateful of the support that we received on this one. The next slide. Well, this is the slide that shows the progress thus far in terms of what is still need to be attended. You can see the total down there, the right, which is 3,264 cases that we still need to manage as the province, and we strongly believe that we'll be able to manage that maybe by end of January 2022. With regard to the latest court order, chairperson, we have not pronounced to the colleague that there's now an extension until next year, because we wanted them to push the pace that they were adhering to, in terms of ensuring that we fast track the implementation of the plan that we have to eradicate foster care backlog. The next slide, chairperson, slide. Now, this one is the issue of the other challenges that we have. Issues of unabridged birth certificates, We've escalated that matter for support and the delay thereof in terms of the Department of Home Affairs. This one is the main challenge. This challenge, Chairperson, the issue of hijacking of state vehicles. There are hotspot areas in the province of KwaZulu-Natal where you find that social workers are actually scared to actually do the home visits, because when you are working within a foster care environment, you have to do home visits before you compile the reports for court and so on. So what we have done in terms of the hijacking of the state vehicles, other than the interventions with the Department of Transport and the Department and SAPS, the police to support us, we have also encouraged social workers who have their own cars to use Skimpy so that they do home visits using their own vehicles, and then we then support them accordingly. I think that is solving our problems, it's helping us, but the challenge is that not all social workers have their own cars. So that's one of those challenges. And then we also have the issue of untraceable children that we're still working on, but so far the intervention was to stop payments, because once you stop payment, obvious, the child, if it's an existing child, they will come forward to actually claim the grant to say it has been untraceable. And the next slide, I think the next slide is another province, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you very much. I must indicate the last part, Chairperson, before Limpopo comes in, that you see, as we meet as different provinces through different forums, that like the HODs forums, there's also welfare services forum. There are lessons that we are learning from other provinces. For example, to watch a case and use what we've seen like in Gauteng, where you'll find that there are social workers that are dedicated to actually do foster care other than other work. I think that one will also assist us in ensuring that we accelerate the issue of managing the foster care backlog, and then there's efficiency in terms of child protection and on this work in particular. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, KZN. Now, Lindy, let's give over to Limpopo.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
No, thank you, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, MECs present here, and HODs, as well as officials of the Department of Social Development, and also the Parliament of the Portfolio Committee officials. My name is Desmond Mahopo, the head of Department of Social Development in Limpopo. I'm going to talk to the first part of the presentation and hand over to my colleague to take it forward. As you can see on the screen, Chair, in terms of putting up mechanisms, structures, and the resources in place as part of contributing towards addressing the foster care backlog, you can see that we are actually making great strides in terms of appointing the social service professionals or social workers, supervisors, and social auxiliary workers as part of trying to comply with the ratio that is there. And we are, of course, as you can see, we are actually battling with the appointment of additional 365 supervisors, and we believe we'll be able to overcome that with time. Currently, there is 15 supervisors that are actually in the process of being appointed. By end of November, we hope and believe that we would have concluded that particular process of appointing the supervisors. And then in terms of the capital resources, Chairperson, we have also been able to make serious strides in terms of appointing the service providers to basically provide the tools of trade to all the social service professionals in the form of the laptops, printers, cell phones, etc., including the vehicles, because this has always been an obstacle. The challenge of the budget has always been preventing us from actually acquiring or procuring these tools of trade, which are necessary in terms of making sure that we speed up the issue of the foster care backlog. And we are starting to see a huge improvement in that regard, Chairperson. We have also been able to approve the participation of some officials into the Scheme B in terms of the vehicle, and we are also seeing an improvement in that regard. But SAFE also indicate that we are also beginning to strengthen monitoring and ensuring that there is actually accountability, but also reporting by social workers, including the coordinators. Hence, you would later see when they deal with the statistics that our backlog has actually moved from around 4,000 and something to something like 197. So these are all the efforts, collaborative efforts that we have actually put in place. And also, if you can move to the next slide, we are continuing to collaborate and work with other role players, in particular the Department of Justice, Constitutional Development, SASA, and all other relevant departments, working with them to try and make sure that we overcome the backlog. So let me hand over to you, Chairperson, to my colleague, Shelley, to then take it from where I have left it in terms of some of the statistical information, some of the challenges that seem to be bedeviling us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Shirley, over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, MEC, HODs, and all protocol observed. I'll be giving you this notice in terms of where we are regarding the management of foster care deviations. Can you please present, can you flag the statistics?
Lindy, can you unmute Shelley?
Elisa will present the statistics because it is not flagged here on the presentation. We do agree with the statistics in terms of the deviation as presented by Nelly Swa.
Hello. Lindy.
Chair, I'm sure a network from her side.
Okay.
No one muted her. She just disappeared.
HOD.
No, sorry, Chair. She mistakenly muted herself. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Okay, starting from in terms of the deviations from September going backward, we had 422. We managed to process 207, and we're left with 192 as our deviations. In terms of the cases that we were supposed to deal with at the end of October, we had 446. We managed to make progress of 170, and we're left with 156 as deviations. In terms of our projections from November to January,
we had 101,602. We managed to make progress of 377, and we are left with 485 as our deviations. And as in today, in terms of the total numbers that I've made, in terms of October, going backward, we had 248 cases that were left as our backlog. We managed to make a progress of 111. We are left with 137. And in terms of the cases that we're supposed to deal with in November, the cases that are affected by the Northern Gauteng High Court order, we had 317. We managed to make a progress of 257. We are left with a total of 60. All in all, our remaining backlog is 197. Out of 197, we're having 117 sitting at court, and we are left only with 80 cases that we're still busy with and hoping that we'll be able to present them to court before the end of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lipompo. The next one, Mpumalanga. Paul. Okay.
I realized that, no, I was saying I realized he had not spoken to the challenges. If the Nolisa, you can flag the challenges quickly so that I summarize them in one sentence. Just flag that, because it's important to draw the attention of members to some of the challenges that are actually bedeviling us, which some of them I have already spoken to them, but chief amongst them, Chair, as you can see on the screen, they actually include the lack of proper translating to the delay in terms of the advertisement of Regulation 56 of the Children's Act due to the some of the cumbersome procurement processes, which we are beginning to overcome as well. It's much more of an internal matter that we are beginning to address. And of course, the issue of tools of trade, I've spoken to that earlier, and we have since decided to make sure that we no longer have an excuse in terms of providing the sufficient tools of trade to officials to do their work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, HOD. Mpumalanga.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair. I am not the HOD. Let me show my video. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and MECs present and all protocol observed. My name is Zoto Masego. I am the Acting Chief Director for Social Welfare Services in the province. Thank you. I'll be presenting the report for the province. Chair, I want to indicate upfront to say as a province, since the last extension of the court order in November last year, we took a position that said we operate as if there is no court order that is granting us exceptions. And that has helped us to be where we are with the province with the lowest number of deviations. And in terms of the mechanism, we're just reflecting on, in terms of human resources, the challenges that we're having in terms of the human resource, to say we short 432 social workers and social work supervisors, but we've started a process since last year of presenting our challenges to the provincial EXCO as well as the Budget and Finance Committee in the province to try and allocate us additional funds to be able to employ social workers to maximize the work that we are doing. On capital resources, Chair, I want to indicate that as a province, we took the issue of tools of trade into consideration, and all our social workers have got laptops. All our social workers have got 3Gs. And we prioritizing the subsidization, the applications for subsidized vehicle scheme A for our social workers, and all those that qualify are receiving the subsidized vehicles. And those that are not qualifying or are awaiting the receipt of their subsidized vehicles, we have approved all of them, scheme B, those that have vehicles. But as a province, we're also procuring GG vehicles for them to be able to operate. We are continuing to have our meetings on a monthly basis with SASSA and Department of Justice and Home Affairs where it's necessary. And that is helping us because when we meet on a monthly basis with SASSA, we compare our databases and we look at our POE, the database for all the children that are in foster care so that we can track the progress of each court order and make sure that we can account for all of them. And that has assisted us because each and every social worker is well versed with the children one by one that they are managing. If you can move to the next slide, please. I think this is the one that I was talking to say we are continuing with our meetings with our key stakeholders, Justice, SASSA, and Department of Home Affairs, and our meetings are bearing fruits. On the next one, we've started with the foster care web-based system. It's proving to be very slow, but we have taken a position that we will look at the possibility of getting on a contract basis data capturers as a province to assist us to be in a process of ensuring that we fast track the process. But we've also ensured that foster care has continued to be a standing item in our senior management meetings where we track the progress on a monthly basis. Next slide. In terms of our numbers, on the backlog that is due up to September, we only left with 83, October 14. Our biggest number is in the cases that are lapsing by November, and the reason which is 254. So in total, we had 351 by end of October, and that number has reduced as we speak now. The reason behind the 254 number is it's reflected on our challenges. If you can zoom into that, Sis Neliswa, one of our challenges is we've got magistrates that do not take cases when we give to them 3 months in advance, those that need to be extended. They prefer to extend October cases in October, and that is delaying the work that we're doing, but we are continuously engaging with them and advancing the position that the legislation requires us to start the process 3 months in advance. And then the other challenge is I've indicated that we check case by case. There are cases where we delay to review because you find that the foster parents, they have relocated from our province to another province or from another province to our province without necessarily making the necessary communication so that the proper processes can be followed in that regard. And we, as in our engagement with SASSA, we also request them to continuously communicate with the clients that they need to indicate if there's a need for them to relocate so that we become aware, we can be notified, or we can notify the other province where the movement is going to. Our biggest challenge in terms of the numbers also is we delay in the advertisement for unknown parents, and the reason behind that is the cost to advertise. They are very, very high as a province, and so it takes us time when we're negotiating with the service providers that need to do the advertisement for us, and so that's where we having the challenge. And if we can address that, our numbers would have cleaned all the backlog as we speak, but it's just the two areas, the advertisement as well as the courts, that do not want to take cases in 3 months. But we are comfortable that even with the extension that is there now, we are pretending as a province that it's not there, because once we tell ourselves that there is an allowance that has been given to us, that creates problems. So we're continuing as if there's no court order, and then we continue to review the cases that are at our disposal. That is our position as a Mpumalanga province. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mpumalanga. Can we go to the next province, Northwest?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. All protocol observed. Chair, I'm with the Chief Director. I'm the MEC. I'm with the Chief Director that deals with foster care. But Chair, I must raise 1 or 2 issues. That the challenge in the Northwest is that the issue of manual system that we use is no longer responsive to the evolving dynamics in the sector, but also inadequate number of social workers also worsen the situation. Yes, our social workers have worked a lot indeed to make sure that they recover from the outstanding numbers of foster care. And then this is also exacerbated by inexistence of provision to deal with transitional matters at a time a Children's Act was promulgated. So, Chair, our social workers are mainly assisted by the other workers in the department that are assisting them, because at the end of the day, with the number that we have of social workers, really it's worse. But social auxiliary workers are also assisting at service point level to make sure that we deal with this backlog, but also agreeing with what MEC Kabata has said from the Free State. I think if we can be able to isolate numbers, because when you look at from when this case was brought to court and to date, it means even new cases are still falling under this backlog that we are having at court. But also, the other challenge is that, you know, our courts, if we can have dedicated magistrates or judges who are strictly dealing with foster care, because you find out that you go to court and then you are sent back because the magistrate is dealing with a criminal case or other cases that are in the area. So that also makes us as the Northwest to have backlog in the system. So I will just give a chair to the Masiko Mekwe to deal with, to give the portfolio committee the statistics and how we are faring in terms of the backlog in the Northwest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Let's give over to the relevant person that has been delegated by the MEC. Northwest, continue.
Honorable Chair, I've just called the manager, is saying that she is muted. She
Lindy?
tries to unmute herself.
Lindy, Will you please unmute Northwest?
I didn't mute anyone. She must unmute herself.
Okay.
Mm.
Northwest, will you please unmute yourself?
Chair, what is the name of the person to present, Chair?
Miriam Masego Mekwe.
Okay.
Yes.
Mekwe.
Can you press the unmute button from your side?
Ncediseni bethuna, will you please assist her? IT from Northwest,
Okay.
will you please? Okay,
Ask unmute.
continue.
It says I must ask you to unmute. I can't from my side. Unmute you. Ask to unmute. Oh, okay. Ask to unmute. I'm unable to unmute you from my side. It requires you to unmute yourself because you are muted. So you just need to press that button to unmute. I've been trying, but unfortunately, the system doesn't allow me. It said I must ask you to unmute.
MEC, will you please assist her? Or anyone, will you please delegate anyone who has got the presentation from their section?
Chair,
Hello?
while we are trying to assist her, will it be possible to move to the next province? And I will try to assist with her.
North Cap.
Dankie, baie dankie voorsitter. Chair, I'm with the acting HOD and the director responsible for children and families. Chair, in the Northern Cape, I think what we have realized that in there's a lack of supervision, and that is the main reason why we have this backlog. And immediately we started implementing the supervision framework and the integrated service delivery approach. And also our human resource receive attention because we have already advertised and we have filled in some posts. And also we managed to buy, to procure 180 laptops. That 180 also includes the old ones, that so that we can be able to log in the new system, because those old laptops, it's impossible for the colleagues to use them because they don't have these sophisticated things that are now in the new laptops. So that's why the number is 180, because we are replacing the old ones. And I must also say there have been regular engagements in the province, between the province and the districts, to monitor the progress. As I'm speaking to you, Chair, the districts, all of them are here in Kimberley for a 2-day session where they are expected to come with their plans on how are they going to make sure that we overcome this backlog. So one is looking into these 2-day sessions that they will come up with productive results so that really we can bring an end to this. And Chair, I think the last issue, we do have a plan as a province already to eradicate this backlog, and within and we want to do it within this current financial year. Chair, without saying much, with your permission, the director responsible is here with me. Maybe she can start with the presentation. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay.
Good morning.
It's
Yeah,
director
Honorable Chair.
responsible. Okay.
Yes. Honorable Chair, all protocol observed, I would just like to give some few comments on the information that we submitted. As you can see, the human resources and MEC already referred to that, that there were some vacancies, but now they've been advertised and we are looking forward to getting nice, young, vibrant social workers in those posts where they can continue delivering services and also making sure that the backlog is forever eradicated. So currently we do have sufficient social work. The ratio between the social workers and the supervisors is actually very manageable. But the problem is the management of the supervision, and the supervision framework, I think it's going to help us a lot because it's very structured. We also had a visit from our national colleagues last week to the ZFM district, where they assisted us in assessing the implementation of the supervision framework, and then also your generic intervention processes. So as far as human resources is concerned, we are addressing to the issues that is contributing to the backlog, and hopefully that will be resolved soon. Then our capital resources also, we have sufficient government vehicles on paper, but unfortunately, the way that the vehicles are being treated by some of the officials, it's not really conducive, because you constantly have to replace some of the vehicles and make repairs. So we've engaged with the districts as well and asked them, please assist the transport officers to also make sure that vehicles are kept in a good condition and that officials take responsibility for looking after the government vehicles. So I can go to the next slide, the mechanisms and structures. Also, we are still working very closely with SASSA and the provincial SOCPEN database. We distribute it to all our districts, and SASSA regularly, when they update it, they send it to us so that we can then also check, verify, especially where people are moving across borders. Then we can pick up sooner rather than later that a family that resided in Northwest, for instance, is now residing in the Northern Cape, and that we don't only become aware of them once the order has lapsed. So also our colleagues from other provinces, we would like to thank you for the good working relationship that we can have. Then the district submit bi-weekly progress reports to the provincial office, and then we keep our HOD, our acting HOD, updated, and then also the chief director, to make sure that we have regular contact with our officials in this vast province, is that we use technology. Microsoft Teams is a very good tool to just touch base and to make sure that you follow up on decisions that was taken in other meetings. Then the required structures to facilitate the implementation of the program. We have good working relationships with our stakeholders, and the districts also established district management teams where they are now dealing with issues in their specific district. If they cannot resolve it, then it's referred to the provincial office. But currently we are having good structures in place, and we trust that those will assist us to get rid of this backlog and never to have a backlog in future again. Then the intersectoral collaboration. In some places we are sharing office space with SASSA, so it's not the same office, but it's on the same premises, and that speeds up the process of extending orders. People don't have to travel long distances, they are on the same site. And then our presiding officers in some areas, they are willing to extend extend orders administratively without the foster parents and the children having to appear in court. This is now not a normal practice, but in cases where the children and the family lives 200 kilometers from the nearest magistrate's office, then some of the magistrates are willing to assist us in that way, especially if it's an older case. Then your provincial DSD is assisting districts to engage with magistrates to resolve backlog issues. This is basically the availability of court dates, because the magistrates often rotate and they are also responsible for criminal cases, to hear the criminal cases. Our implementation of the web-based foster care monitoring tool, our provincial IT, they are addressing the connectivity issues. We have also had some challenges with that, but we are busy now making other facilities available to train our staff on the web-based foster care monitoring tool. So we have availed the training center in Kimberley for the other districts, maybe if they are having trouble connecting, that they can come and sit and work there. And the districts are busy capturing. They are not all moving at the same pace. Our one district, Pixley Kaseme, they are doing exceptionally well. So at the meeting we are currently having, we are going to hear what their best practice is so that they can also assist the other provinces or other districts. Then if I can look at the numbers, as you can see there, we started out with 1,175. That was our target. Our 159 orders that were issued is 324. And then again, I know I've mentioned this before, our magistrates are not really willing to issue the section 186 orders. And that is still something that we need to address with our chief magistrate, because that will assist us a lot if they can also in some cases issue the 186 orders. Then at least we made some progress of 324. We are currently standing at 851 for our deviation. But I also explained to our MEC, these are the numbers that has been verified by SASSA on SOCPEN the last time we received an update from them. So in the meantime, many orders have been handed into SASSA. They have captured it, but we will only get those numbers, the new numbers, reflecting on the next report that is due for us to receive this coming Friday. Then also just our challenges and interventions. I think I spoke to most of them. The issuing of court dates where we engaged with the magistrates, and then also delays capturing court orders by SASSA. Yes, this is now also as I explained, sometimes the social workers are also guilty because they keep the extension orders and things with them until they have a whole batch, and then they dump it on SASSA, and then they are not very happy. So we are dealing with that, asking our social workers, please don't do that. And then the transfer to other provinces, people move around a lot, and sometimes we get people unexpectedly showing up at our offices and we didn't even know they were residing in the province. And that's especially in the areas where there are a lot of mines. And then also we had some of the cases that is being investigated. Also, some of the magistrates only want the reports in court the week or 2 weeks before the extension order lapses. But as I said, we are engaging, and hopefully that will not be an issue in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, North Cape. Can we then give the last province, Western Cape?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Robert McDonald, the HOD again.
Yes.
I think then we will just run quickly through this. Just to say that in terms of human resources, we have 252 dedicated foster care social workers, supported by another 414 generic social workers, 111 social work supervisors, and 32 canalization officers, and then 246 social auxiliary workers supporting the social workers. We are struggling with vacancies at the moment. We've had to temporarily slow down the filling of vacancies due to budget shortfalls with the national reduction in allocations to provinces. We have now secured some additional funds from the provincial treasury to help us fill some more posts. So we are hopeful that we should be able to now fill most of the social work posts that we need to in order to ensure that we can continue to function properly. The department's capital resources are generally able to meet the requirements of our staff establishment, although some of our local offices are not optimal in terms of the space available. But we do have accommodation for all of the staff where it's required. And we do have mostly adequate computers and cars and other tools of the trade for the social workers. Can we just move down a little bit, please? Thank you very much. Then in terms of the progress to date, we've put in place some crucial systems to try and improve the tracking and control of the foster care system. We fully digitized the foster care management system or information. We now have all of the foster care cases on the electronic foster care management system that is being provided by the National Department of Social Development. And we are utilizing that system fully now to track and monitor cases. We've also put in place the canalization standard operating procedure, which helps us also manage all cases that are being dealt with by the NGOs as well. And we have governance structures in place, which include SASA and the other role players to ensure we coordinate the implementation of foster care orders or the backlog management. We can go to the next slide, please. Then I think also I've spoken to the web-based foster care monitoring tool, as well as the intersectoral collaboration we have in place. Like the we heard from some of the other provinces, we always do best where we have dedicated children's courts as opposed to dealing with foster care orders in generic magistrates courts that only deal with children's court matters on some days. And often these cases get pushed back. So we are enjoying a good relationship with those courts that are dedicated for child protection matters. We are also implementing the new provisions for the foster care grant system with the child support top-up grant that is now being implemented in the province as well. There's still some transition work that has to be done to get everyone used to the system, but it is coming to place. Next slide, please. So in terms of the statistics, the number provided there, 1,455, is the backlog. Of that, nearly 1,000 cases are actually with the courts now. So we are sitting with about 500 cases left at DSD that need to be dealt with. The rest are pending processing by the children's courts. So we do think we will be pretty close to clearing the backlog entirely by the end of the year. I think there's always a little bit of a gap because there are some cases that are tricky, either due to outstanding documentation or other factors that are beyond the control of the social workers. So there will always be some cases that are delayed. But we are definitely past the point of having a serious problem. What we have observed as well is quite a radical increase in the number of foster care placements this year. We began the year with 3,000 or rather 35,000 children in foster care. We are now up to well over 38,000. So about a 10% or more increase in the total number of children in foster care in the province this year, for reasons that we're not entirely sure of at this stage. But we are, I think, otherwise making good headway with the system. I think there are also some NGOs that are having some fairly bad financial challenges and have either closed their doors or scaled down their operations. So we've also had to step in and take over some of the NGO rendered foster care work, and where we are still sitting with some residual backlogs. We are finding it is mostly with the NGOs. You can go to the next slide, please. So I think in terms of challenges, I think the birth certificate issue is always with us. And also the delays in issuing of court dates and court orders. I've mentioned already where we have the dedicated children's courts, things generally work a bit better. Also, some of the children's court magistrates interpret the rules differently. So some of them are still requiring a new set of Form 39s and police clearances for the extension of foster care orders, although this is not actually required in the Act. Others don't require it. And also we are finding, as mentioned by some of the other provinces, a reluctance around longer term foster orders. For some reason, the magistrates are still preferring the 2-year at a time arrangement. And then, of course, we've got the interprovincial transfer issue, which all provinces are experiencing as well. So I think SASSA generally has been working well with us. We haven't had serious challenges in that respect. There is also a lag in terms of when we hand over cases to SASSA for the extension of the grant in terms of the SOCPEN numbers, but it's not a serious lag, but the numbers will always be a little bit behind because they need to be captured on SOCPEN once we've submitted the orders to SASSA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Western Cape. Before I give over to honorable members to engage with the presentations from provinces, I just would like to comment in terms of the attendance. You know, I am very pleased on how the MECs have attended and respected the portfolio committee. We don't usually call meetings of this nature, but once upon a time we do it. So I really, really appreciate your presence, understanding that you've got so many commitments, especially during this term or during this time of the year. But I am much disappointed with some of the provinces that couldn't make it for their HODs, which I don't know what has happened with them. But with those that have managed as HODs to be present in the meeting, just to show that courtesy and respect in the portfolio committee and be there. There is one province that is having the HOD and also the director involved, but with others, no HODs, because the bus stops with the HOD, who is an accountable person to the portfolio committee and also for the department. That one I would like to relay to you, MECs, that I'm really disappointed with that, especially now that this is not a physical meeting, but it's a virtual meeting. One should have logged on, and then if he or she has to excuse herself, at least just respect us by giving the apology and be granted that apology to attend the meeting. But really, the previous meeting, the way we discussed this matter, it was as if that by this time we won't have any backlogs that will be facing us. I don't know if we were not given and granted this extension. I am a little bit frustrated. I didn't even want this extension to be granted or be requested by the department because it impacts negatively to us. We've been asking and asking this extension. It is enough now for this extension. But I can see that most of the provinces, they do have the plans and there is a progress. I appreciate that, and I hope that even the honorable members will say the same thing. But it is not enough. We have to do and fold our sleeves to do away with these backlogs, or honorable members and officials. LinkedIn, maybe you know further and you know more of why there is still this backlog, much as we have heard from the provinces that the challenges are these. There is Northwest that has already indicated and highlighted that they have a challenge with the court, the magistrate. But with those provinces that have got challenges, they have to report to us at the national through LinkedIn. Tina, we are sitting with the minister that is in charge of the courts and all the stuff. We would have a way of approaching him to request the magistrate, however the channel is going to be, to prioritize this, because it impacts us negatively for this thing that we don't finish, especially these provinces that have still big numbers that are a backlog out of the heavy and very robust debate that we had previously in the meeting about these backlogs. Understanding that there is a short of social workers, knowing that KZN reported this thing of hijacking of the vehicles and all this stuff, but they also do have the plan. We still hope and wish that they will overcome this thing. Let me give over to honorable members. Ningazitsheli ngokwamiteko, but I am a little bit
Chair.
concerned. I can see that there are hands that are in this
Chairperson.
budget. Hello.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Let me profusely apologize for interjecting while you've made your remarks. Just to bring to your attention or to remind you that one province hasn't presented, which is the Northwest. Mama Miriam had some technical glitches. We couldn't hear her due to her speaker or whatever, she was muted. Also to report that System Beni Mhlongo from Gauteng HOD was also present in this meeting, Chair. So I don't know whether you want to provide an opportunity for the Northwest to present their presentation, or we proceed with the questions. So we'll seek your guidance on the matter. Thank you.
No, let's give over to Northwest. Is it Northwest? Ne? Let's give Northwest to just finish up, because why I think that we have had it, it's because that the slide that was flighted, we were able to see it, but we couldn't hear the presentation. Let's be fair and have justice to all, and give her an opportunity to just briefly
yes, sure. If she
does
doesn't,
the HODs that
okay,
are
I'm here.
present.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, the HODs that are present, I am saying I'm happy and I appreciate those HODs that have managed to be present. KZN, Gauteng, and which else? There's one that I have forgotten about it.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape, yes, Northern
Cape.
Cape.
Western Cape.
I think 3. And?
Free State.
And Western Cape,
Free State and Free State.
And Limpopo, Chair.
Limpopo, yeah.
There's about 5.
In Western Cape?
Yes, there is Chair. Oh, Robert McDonald, Chair. The one who was
Okay.
presenting is, yes, Chair.
6 of them, which is good. It's a fair number that the HODs have respected our meeting, really, even if they are in and out of the meeting because of other commitments, because people that are relevant to this are the directors and chief directors and all those stuff. Can we proceed? I really appreciate for those HODs. They must themselves a pat of hand in terms of their presence in this important meeting. Thank you very much for that. West, Northwest, finish up your presentation so that we can, in Lentuka, get into discussions of it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the MECs, HODs, and my colleagues, chief directors and directors. My name is Masego Mekwe. I'm the chief director responsible for social welfare and community development. I'm just going to also give a summary like colleagues have already indicated. In terms of our slide, when you look into the human resource, we are saying in terms of, we have tried to do what we call alternative care unit. In particular, we have piloted in Mafikeng for some time. We have been implemented there. We're just focusing on foster care. It's only in one service point out of the 18, but there's a need that we need to have more of the social workers and the post that we're requiring for us to have an alternative care unit in all the other 17 service point. We require about 54 social workers, because most of the social workers that we have, when you go to the other block, in terms of the 263 social workers that we have, they are doing generic social work at the same time doing foster care and other child protection services work. So it's very important that we also have to look at it as a matter of fact. But what we have done also as a province, we also generated a concept document and also a business case, approached the provincial treasury with based on the need to make sure that we improve in terms of child care protection, especially under foster care and other related matters. So in total, we have available 519 social workers in combination, social auxiliary workers, supervisors, and also canalization officers. Therefore, we require around 232 social workers. When you go to the next slide, we're just making a summary in terms of the capital resources. We have allocated the social workers in terms of tools of trade, 191 laptops. They also allocated cell phones, which also have airtime, and also they're able to log in terms of accessing a network. But what we are requiring additional 42 laptops, because some of these laptops are also worn out, so we have to replace them. We have a pool cars that we have bought for the social workers, and then we also have three types of vehicles that we have. We have Scheme A, which is subsidy. The total subsidies that we have is 22. Other social workers are using pool cars, other are also using Scheme B. But in terms of network connectivity, like I've just indicated earlier on, the frustration that I experienced, I've been in the meeting since this morning, but there's a problem of network connectivity in the province, but we are also working closely with the Office of the Premier to do that. The other thing is that most rural areas like Yokagisano, Molopo, and Taung, we are also allocating them the 3G so that they can be able to access the network and also be able to connect in terms of office meetings that we always have. The issue of office accommodation that was also raised during the Section 100 is still a problem in the province, like in Yomoritele, in Moses Kotane, in Taung. We still have that particular challenges, but our honorable MEC have also approached, discussed this matter through EXCO, that we need to look into having our own way of procuring, like the benchmarking of the welfare complex in Mpumalanga and Limpopo is one thing that we are also looking to. We have also procured the high printers so that our social workers can all able to scan the reports. When you go to the next slide, in terms of the mechanism and structures, we are looking into internally in terms of the service points. We are doing what we call case management, follow through the cases, and also looking, because the issue is that we don't just focus on placement. We also have to look into the content or the files, weekly allocation and reporting, and also management of performance. We have a framework what you call management of individual performance against the budget and the salaries that we are paying. So we are doing that. The case management floor meetings that we have. We are also supporting districts so that they can also be able to report. They are reporting on weekly basis, monthly, and also in our annual performance plan. So those are the issues. And as stakeholders, we have SASSA. We have regular meetings with SASSA, judiciary. We have number of courts like your Atamelang and other courts where we often experience some challenges. Our chief magistrate is very, very much supportive in this regard and other stakeholders. So hence we have also come this way. The issue of intersectoral collaboration in terms of case management, in terms of joint SASSA, in terms of exchanging data, we are doing that. And also what we have also done is that we are also collaborating with our home community-based carers, especially when social workers are doing what we call home visiting and also referring of cases, and also making sure that cases are urgently attended to. The other challenge that we have is the issue of capturing on our web-based foster care monitoring tool because of the issue of challenges that I've already indicated of connectivity. However, we are now just giving it up. We are trying all measures to look into that particular matter. In terms of cases, in the next slide, in terms of management of foster care in line with the North Gauteng High Court order, the cases that we have previously was 2,263. For now, we are at 500. But the 500, we can just may also give a synopsis because we are monitoring it on weekly basis. The 500, we have 244 cases that have been investigated by the social workers. They are in court for finalization. Out of the remaining 256 outstanding, 152 of them are being investigated by the social workers, and the 52 are awaiting advert, and then 52 are just waiting for the outstanding documents. So in the nutshell, our view is that by the end of November and December, we should have finalized all the 500 cases that we have. Is all about making sure that we push in terms of the foster care orders. The next slide, where we are also indicating our challenges. What are our challenges? The issue of limited capacity. I've already mentioned the issue of limited capacity as opposed to the norms and standard, because remember we have generic norms and standard of a ratio of one social worker is to a particular case. One social worker is a ratio of, or social workers are a ratio to a particular supervisor. We are experiencing that a challenge in terms of norms and standard. That's why we have also made an effort to motivate with the business case to Treasury, and also trying all measures to make sure that our social workers are also, we have additional social workers in terms of that. The inconsistency in terms of the application of the law, like for example, that we always experience a challenge in terms of Department of Home Affairs, in terms of accessing the birth certificate for children is one other area. The other thing is the inconsistency of application by some of the magistrates. And there we continuously with the intersectoral forums, the way we also engage and have a common value in terms of understanding that it is all about protecting children. The other thing is the adverts, because most of the time when you advertise, we find that there's an exorbitant figures in terms of advertising. What we are also doing as a province, we are also looking into discussing with the judiciary as to where possible, especially whether factors to say this case cannot continuously be advertised, that they can waiver such cases. The other thing is the relocation of clients without forwarding addresses. This thing of parents moving from other province to the other without notifying the social workers. We are looking into the tracing of those clients in terms of maintaining relationship with community-based structures I've already mentioned, and also with our CDWs that we are also looking in terms. The issue of the minimal and inaccessible occupational program for children and young persons with academic challenges, because there's another area where that we are experiencing. Those children that are in foster care, we have to look into liaising with the youth development program within the department and with the office of the premier to look into other resources, especially when we focus in terms of the independent living program. So in the nutshell, with Northwest, the total of 500, we are now with outstanding 152, and also with the other 52, and also 52 that are still advertised. So in total, we have an outstanding of 256, which according to our own plans and also the support to the districts and the service point that are struggling, like in Ngaka in particular, this is the district that is struggling in particular at Low and other service point. In Dr. KT, most of the service point that is struggling is JB Max. So with those support from the district, the monitoring, and also making sure that foster care become the standing agenda of all management forums. So in the nutshell, Chairperson, I appreciate Honorable MEC for giving me the opportunity to also give the picture in terms of Bokone-Bophirima province. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Hello. Thank
Hello,
you
I'm
very
finished very much, Ma'am. Person.
Yes, I can see that you are finished. Okay. Thank you very much, provinces. You know, provinces, I am hurt. I take this seriously. I'm happy that the MECs, most of them are present here. I only heard the apology for one MEC. This thing of requesting extension time and again, it really impacts on the government, the entire government. It's worse with us, people that are responsible for this task. So I would like to appeal. I can see the reports are nice, but what is needed is implementation, honorable members. Go and work very hard, understanding that also the national doesn't have the budget to employ more social workers as you are requesting. In other provinces, shortages of cars, shortages of social workers, this and that is critical. But before I talk too much, let me also give to honorable members and discuss. Linton, acting DG, will give you an opportunity to explain whatever that is taking place in terms of this extension and also this backlog that is continuing taking place. Honorable members, let me
Noted, thanks, Chair.
give Honorable Lizelle van der Merwe and followed by Honorable Letitia Harris, and then followed by Honorable, who's this? Honorable Jane Manganyi. The time now is, why is it said Honorable Bukwe Glory Wefanda is the co-host, but I'm giving the members of the portfolio committee to interact with this first. Can I also give Honorable Manganyi and Honorable Stock? Or there is also Honorable, okay, let me first start with these two, Honorable Letitia and Honorable Alex. Shoot, honorable members, then I will follow with other honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and good morning to the colleagues. Firstly, I want to say that I share your concerns as you have articulated, that in previous meetings, we were led to believe that these backlogs would be a matter of the past. But I also do share your sentiments in that we have to give credit where credit is due. And the fact of the matter is that some provinces are trying their best. They are making great strides in trying to address some of these backlogs. However, the presentation by some of the provinces read like the previous presentations that we've had before, a year or so ago. And it speaks about the limited capacity, the lack of social workers, the lack of tools of trade, vehicles, computers, internet, and offices. And at the heart of this, of course, is a lack of funding. But the question must really be asked, what has been done to try and overcome or address these challenges, which of course has got a fundamental impact on the backlog. And I'm asking this question with a particular issue in mind, and that is that most provinces that are appearing here today returned funds to Treasury. Northwest didn't spend 142 million, the Northern Cape didn't spend 60 million, Limpopo didn't spend 74 million, and so the list goes on. And most of them returned funds to Treasury during the 2021-2022 financial year. So once we return funds to Treasury, it starts to really beg the question whether there couldn't have been some reprioritization of some of these funds. But in particular, I've got a problem with Gauteng in that I noted from some of the information that Minister Zulu provided us that this province did not spend the additional funds that they were given to appoint social workers on the 4-month contract. And I wanted to ask them why that was the case, first and foremost. But secondly, I would like to ask the question, what is the solution for the foster care orders that will still expire in 2023? In other words, can the provinces, if they can't do so today, if they can provide it in writing, but can they give us projections on the number of foster care orders that will expire each month, starting on the 1st of December to 31 December 2023? Because what we've been provided now are historical reports. It doesn't look to 2023. And if the DG can provide us with the SASSA SOCPEN database on the number of foster care orders that will expire over the next 12 months. And also if it doesn't have that details, whether it can be given to us in writing, and it must be broken into months and provinces if possible. But I want to zoom in again on the issue of the shortage of social workers, something that we often discuss as a portfolio committee. And I remember in one meeting, we were provided with details of monies that were given to provinces to employ social workers. And at that point, the indication was that some of these funds are allocated to provinces, but they are then spent on something else. And there was an indication at that point by the Deputy Minister that these funds in future will be ring-fenced. So how far are we in terms of ring-fencing funding for social workers? I want to ask the DG again, as we've done before, how far are we in terms of the 2018 Cabinet resolution to ensure that we obviously, or even just the engagements with Treasury with regards to more additional funds to employ social workers, as well as the DG recently alluded to a plan that the Minister will be driving with the private sector and other organizations to ensure that we do get the funds to employ more social workers. Because if you do look at some of these presentations, what worries me is that if we use the services of social workers only to address the foster care backlog, as we saw during our public hearings during the Children's Amendment Bill, often then social workers are only focused on these issues, and then issues like you mentioned in the beginning with regards to the abuse of the elderly, the abuse of children and GBW, gender-based violence, then we don't have enough social workers to address these and other social ills. And finally, my final question, I also want to ask, which is maybe not, it's got to do with children, of course, and but maybe just a quick question to Gauteng, which is not related to foster care, but while we are here, I want to use this opportunity. I saw some minutes from the DSD Gauteng in March 2021, where during a forum meeting where DSD commented that they will not register new CYCCs in the 2021-2020 year because they already not to capacity, so they will not be funded or registered. And currently, I see a lot of organizations struggling to renew their paperwork with Gauteng DSD. So I just wanted to ask whether it is Gauteng DSD's policy or policy position that you will no longer be funding CYCCs. And this report that was alluded to, that these CYCCs are not at full capacity, where's that report? Because there was a mention as well in that minutes that report would be made available in the annual report, the DSD annual report, and on the website. And I've not been able to see that. But thank you very much, Chairperson. And those are my questions for now. I do have additional questions which I will submit in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Merwe. The next one.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm largely covered by what Honorable Liesel van der Merwe alluded to. But, Chair, I can totally agree with what the Lady of the Priestess said. That, I mean, these reports were in front of us, and there's not much, you know, a difference in what was presented previously to us. However, I'm worried about the new applications because right now, people are struggling, specifically our elderly. Most of these people are looking at their grandchildren, and many of times they can't get hold of the parents or the biological father. And then this becomes a challenge because then these people are struggling to get, you know, application for foster care. And also the other issue that I would like to touch on, and I mean, you have alluded to that. However, I'm worried because if there are not enough costs for these social workers, it means that social workers must share vehicles, and then it will become impossible for them to reach their targets because, I mean, so that's the thing, and the provinces must also give us a clear plan on how they will overcome these challenges. And then I would also like to ask on what is the plan to increase, as Honorable Liesel was referred to, funding that has been sent back to National Treasury. There's private childcare homes that are struggling with funding, that have foster children in these homes. And I want to know from the department, what is the plan to increase the funding to these private child care homes? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Aris, thank you very much. Let's give over to Honorable Alex, and followed by Honorable Marie, and Honorable Jane Mangani, Honorable Sukers. If the last one will be Honorable De Gansto.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the ADG and all the provinces for the presentation. Chairperson, my initial questions are for the ADG or his office. And I, for one, would like to know, Chairperson, when this committee will actually see or view, even if it's in draft, you know, the actual comprehensive legal solution, because at the end of the day, you know, that is what the courts are also waiting on. So I'd like to know when the committee will be updated on the actual comprehensive legal solution. Then, Chairperson, I know Free State and some of the other provinces commented that, you know, that's the slow capturing of cases on the web-based foster care monitoring tool as one of the challenges. So it's my understanding then that this is then contributing to the backlog. And therefore, if we just, you know, focus some resources on getting staff trained and capturing, it would contribute to the reduction of the backlog. So I just like clarity if my understanding is correct on that. And if so, you know, then the provinces, and some of them have reported on what they've captured, but we don't know what it's out of. So where some provinces may have reported they've captured 10,000, you know, 10,000 of what has been captured and what's still outstanding. And maybe that can also be submitted in writing. Chairperson, Northwest's opening slide gives a very clear indication of the social work posts, you know, the categories, what's unfunded. And I think it would be useful if the other provinces could also provide their information in the same way Northwest presented the social worker numbers, because it will answer a lot of our questions. And similarly, you know, the discharge totals per provinces. I think we also need to know of those totals, how many of those children are actually aged out of the system versus those who can't be traced. Because I mean, the can't be traced children, one could argue are, those children, we need to find them. Then, Chairperson, if most provinces cited the movement between province as a challenge, and if SASSA only implemented the stop payment this month, November 2022, just also want to get clarity if that is correct, then does it mean the category, the deviation totals, then these untraced children that are moving between provinces, are they then still included in that deviation totals? And then surely, Chairperson, should there not be another column to separate those totals? And I share the same sentiments as Honourable van der Merwe with regards to returning budgets. It's not just for the last financial year. I think it's something that happens almost every financial year. And the more CPOs that close, in particular due to funding challenges, will be problematic for DSD in the medium to long term. I mean, DSD is already struggling to cope, and just to take on more services rather than provide interventions for these NGOs, it's particularly concerning. Chairperson, and then also for the ADG, and I'm not too sure if the Minister Zulu is still on the line, but to provide some response in terms of the intervention she's had with Minister Lamula, especially on some of the concerns reported. The Form 39s and the police clearance forms that are not required in terms of the Act, yet some magistrates are insisting on it. And similarly with the 3-month versus 1-month issues, as well as what are the interventions her office has had with the Minister of Home Affairs with regard to fast-tracking those birth certificates. Chairperson, it's also concerning to note when Free State states one of their challenges with regard to slow progress, and the challenge is to micromanage social workers. And I highly doubt our social work supervisors and managers should be micromanaging social workers, because to me that then tells me that the social workers that are there are either unfit to be there or they're not well trained. If we now need to micromanage staff, and I'm sure it's a matter that not only Free State is dealing with. When we come to Gauteng, Chairperson, on the slide 31, I just need clarity as to why 102 desktops are being procured for field social. Because by the very nature of, I'm being interrupted by Shunice. There we go. Okay, thank you. Because by the very nature of a field social worker, they should have laptops and not a desktop. So I don't know if that's a mistake. And also if Gauteng can maybe also clarify what they mean by on slide 36, when they had a different interpretation of the North Gauteng High Court order, especially since this has been a court order since 2011. Then also, Chairperson, for Limpopo, I'd like to understand the previous target was around 400, and then November this year, they shot up to 1,692. How and why did this number increase so dramatically in the space of a month? And then still with Limpopo on slide 12, they reported 830 foster care orders were removed from the baseline, which is also significantly higher than any of the other provinces. So again, are these 830 children which have aged out of the system or just can't be traced? And on the same slide, Chairperson, in just 1 month of November, they had 340 Section 186 court orders. I'd just like them to explain how in a single month, the magistrate, or if they use the children's court, was actually able to do 346 Section 186 186 orders. Because if you look at the other months and the other provinces, again, this number is significantly higher. And of course, we all note the concerns that these Section 186 orders have in terms of long-term placements and social workers only needing to go back and review every 2 years. And of course, you know, whether these children are in their relatives or in the care of non-relatives, you know, abuse happens anywhere and everywhere. So if they can just maybe explain how is that number so high in comparison to previous months, and also if you look at the other provinces. And, you know, Chairperson, just on the issue of social workers, we always talk about shortages, but, you know, we don't look at, you know, whether they are actually capable of writing reports and things like that. Chairperson, it is also concerning that Mpumalanga still lists COVID challenges as a concern for not having regular meetings. You know, we live in a time of Zoom. So listing COVID as a challenge for not having regular meetings is just, you know, in my point of view, not really acceptable. And then lastly, Chairperson, with the Northern Cape, slide 63, they speak to the re-establishment of the provincial childcare and protection. And I'd just like to find out what happened that it was either discontinued or it became inactive, and how will the re-establishment of this unit, you know, address their foster care backlogs. And then maybe just a last question for the ADG. I've noted, you know, 2 provinces, Free State and Northwest, who have the sentiments that the current current expiring foster care orders should not actually be included in this reporting and as part of the North Gauteng High Court. And I'd like to know if that's the National Department's sentiments as well, because it's my understanding that, you know, if you look at Northwest, who still has 500 and Free State, who still has 1,200 expired orders, those children are then still protected by this court order, and that they will still then receive their grant. And I mean, if there was no court order, or if the new expiries were not to be linked according to these 2 provinces, you know, those children then would not receive their grant money. So I'd just like to understand from an ADG if that's the individual sentiments and if it's shared by the national office. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, good afternoon. I'm not
Thank you, Honorable Marie. Thank you, Honorable Alex.
Chairperson, thank you. I think Lindy, we wanted to say something, Chairperson.
Carry on, Honorable Marie. I have given you a platform as I am
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, for these slides, when we listen to each province giving the report, and I'm also very worried about the North Cape and the Free State. If you look at the Free State, they were saying that they got 134 vehicles. The Northern Cape got 134 vehicles, and they got 379 officials, and they got 1 social worker per district. If you look at the districts of Northern Cape, they are so vast and so big. How can 1 social worker work per district? I'm just worried about that one, Chair. And then the other thing I also want to say is that if you look at Free State, they got 65 contract social workers working in hotspots affected by migration. Why 65 contract social workers? Why are they not the permanent social worker? Someone is at the back there, Chairperson.
Chairperson, it's the same person disrupting the meeting consistently. They need to be removed, Chairperson.
Another meeting.
Shuzuki, please.
I've muted everyone. Member Mare can unmute yourself.
Shuzuki.
Okay, so Chair,
Carry
and then
on.
the worrisome thing that we are having is that, okay, and then we look at the vehicle, at 59 vehicles, and they are still waiting for the CFO to follow up with the CFO about the other vehicles. They have linked, the province have gave Harib one vehicle working Harib. There is not going to be any service deliveries. It is a very worrisome thing. And then the other thing I want to say, Chairperson, is that this foster care grant, when you go to the offices, they keep on telling you that no, there's no more foster care grant. There's only a top-up grant because the family is now taking responsibility of that child. Just because the family is taking responsibility of that child does not mean they cannot get the foster care grant. I know it's a process they must go to, and they need to go through the process. Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair. I think there's the HOD from the Northern Cape's mic is on.
I've muted. I've muted everyone.
Is it the HOD from? Is it the HOD from Northern Cape?
Yes,
Northern Cape, Miss.
MEC from Northern Cape. You mentioned that you have meeting with red districts. So please, will you request the HOD to mute?
I'll do that, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that, Chair.
Thanks.
And
Good
Chairperson
luck
is
for your
basically in
meeting.
another meeting there, and people are clapping hands. So he's basically disrespecting our meeting, Chairperson. So Chairperson, the outcome of this meeting, it is very worrisome because we know that we got another year granted to us, but are we going to finish within this 1 year? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves.
Chairperson, we need to
No,
remove it
Chairperson,
now.
aye, seriously. I'm just speaking.
Can't you mute this HOD from Northern Cape?
Chair, I kept on muting her and then she unmutes. I'll just remove her.
Muting him, ne?
I've muted her. She will just unmute herself.
Is it a him or her? Or say him.
It's him. He kept on unmuting.
Remove. Again with the meeting, but we need the answers from HODs and the MECs out of all these questions that have been asked. I don't know on how are we going to take him out. All right, carry on, Marie. I'm sorry for this disturbance.
Sorry, Chair. I'm with the director. I think we will manage. Because I don't know what is happening that side. The HOD, we just spoke to her to please mute herself. But myself and the director are also here. We will manage with the questions if the HOD
is it a her or him?
It's a her, Chair. It's a chair. It's a her.
Okay.
It's Miss Wuki. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, MEC, for assisting us. Can we finish up, Honorable Marie?
No, Chairperson, the thing is that I want to agree with all the previous speakers as well that things don't look too bright because people are sending us emails to ask us about this the 1 year that we have got for this foster care. So it is just worrisome that there is no progress really. Some of the provinces are making progress and the other provinces are not making progress. And about the laptops they are buying back. So this guy has completely taken me off my questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Marie. Honorable Mangai, followed by Honorable Sugers.
To see how best they can be assisted. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Bethu.
Chair, but why is that person not been taken off the platform?
Yes, they must take this person out.
No, they must take it off. And then secondly, it's disrespectful. He's supposed to be in this meeting. It's just an indication how they are not serious about taking their work.
Okay, Lindy.
I've taken her out. I've taken her out, Chair.
No, they requested that they will join the meeting. They have called all the districts. They did that courtesy. But for them to unmute their gadgets, I don't understand what is it that is taking place. Carry on. Who's that? Honorable Manganyi, Jay. Honorable Sugers.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you. I want to thank all the provinces and the HODs that has joined us for this meeting and that has taken Parliament seriously enough to be here present, and not just present in their gadget, but present in their physical presence. I have a number of things that I want to address, Chair, that doesn't, it is tied to the foster care. But before I do that, I want to also just emphasize what was asked by Honorable Van der Merwe in terms of the projection for 2023 past December. If we can be given an answer on that, I'm not going to add anything to what she has said other than to say that I share that. I just apologize as well. There may be just some noise because I am in a public, in one of the public venues here in the Overberg. So there would be some noise of community members that's working here. Chair, the first thing that I really want to ask, Chair, as a committee that we need to drive is the need for a roundtable with provinces, departments, and with stakeholders in the child sector. As we are working in the Northern Cape specifically and here in the Karoo, the vulnerability of children or the number of children in need of care and safety has increased, especially over the last 3 years, as unemployment and poverty has worsened. And I know for most of the members that are working, especially in those areas that I have mentioned, and here in the Western Cape, that we are seeing an increased amount of children on the streets, an increased amount of children that are falling out of the schooling system, specifically in the latter part of their primary school years and the first part of their high school years. And with that, we are seeing more children that are on the streets and that actually are now getting more addicted to substances. It is in light of this and the issues that we are dealing with on a daily basis in my constituency office for certain that I want to ask the committee that we need to ask for a roundtable with the provinces and with the departments and with stakeholders in the child sector. It is imperative for us to do so, Chair. And I'll give, Chair, the committee an example. This weekend in the Northern Cape, we had 7 children that were in need of urgent attention. The one being a female child who has been living in a broken down house for a number of years now. I tried to locate the social worker, tried to locate people that can assist us to get the children into a place of safety. We could not. We phoned to Tuzela centers that told us straight on, it's weekend. They cannot assist us, we can come back on Monday. These issues are not isolated. This story that I'm telling now is not isolated. It is serious issues that I encounter in the Karoo. It's one of the reasons why I fight so for the schools not to be closed in these small areas, because they provide a solution for us to get children back into the schooling system. And many of these schools had historically what you call hostels because children came from the farms. We need to look at a roundtable as a matter of urgency. The issue of money that was described by, that was commented on by Honorable Van der Merwe is a serious matter. The fact that you have an HOD that are sitting in this meeting and that actually is in another meeting at the same time, we don't need your presence alone. We need people to assist us so that we address the issues that are here. And if monies are being sent back to Treasury because provinces are not applying it, it's problematic. It is this parliament that is responsible for oversight. It is a problem that I find the issue of parliamentary oversight is not understood by provinces. You have officials that sends you snotty emails on inquiries that you make on behalf of constituents. They don't understand it. You need to elevate things to the level of an MEC before anything is done when we're dealing with serious matters that are affecting children. There are some areas where you can commend people. There are other areas where it shows a total lack of understanding of how we need to work together from national to municipal level even to address the issues that are facing children. That is what I just want to highlight here and really strongly ask the committee that we push for such a roundtable. Then, Chair, my questions around the quality of service to clients, specifically in communities. We are having a problem with social partners of the department, and I'm dealing here with children that are in foster care. We have children that are in foster care who has now been in foster care for 5 years. Parents has not been found. And what you find with the social partners of the department is that they become part of the problem, so to speak, within communities. And it's an issue that must be addressed. And I'm highlighting it to the heads of department, specifically in terms of oversight and overseeing how social partners are dealing with foster care. Because it is a problem where you have children that are that can be adopted and that people want to adopt, but they stay longer in the foster care system because there is this interference into the application for these parents to either adopt the child or for the child even to be receive the foster care grant because they are in a stable, caring family environment. These issues of service are issues that we are having in communities and that needs to be addressed. Then, Chair, so I want to ask this question, and it has to do with the number of social workers that are able to not just deal with the backlog, but deal with these aspects of quality of care, looking after vulnerable children. What is being done to retain social workers in the sector? I have in the Karoo a social worker that has left a YCC 2 weeks ago. Young social worker, she is lost now to this sector because of burnout, because of some issues of young children abusing the social worker, hitting the social worker in a YCC, threatening a social worker. What is being done to retain young professionals in this profession, and especially to support them as they're dealing with backlogs, with new cases that are before them, and what is also being done to ensure that we retain the experienced social worker for the mentoring aspect of young professionals, because we are seeing a lot of young, social workers leaving the sector because of the many stresses and burden that is put on them. We cannot ignore the challenges that social workers are facing. We cannot ignore at what rate or what cost departments are pushing for social workers to deal with the backlog. And at the same time, it puts an extra burden on the profession. The committee needs an answer in terms of what are provincial departments doing to address these matters as they are pushing for deadlines. What are they doing with the human capital to ensure that they are retained? And then lastly, the reestablishment of the Child Protection Unit in the Northern Cape. We need an answer from the MEC in terms of that. You are having, I was in Delport's Hoop, as you come all the way through, as jy reg deur ry op die hoofwegte, we have children that are vulnerable. What can you give us a brief on that? What has happened and what is going to be done in order for that child protection unit to be functional. Lastly, Chair, I also need to stress there is a problem with NGOs that are coming into the sector to assist. There are churches that I actually motivate to come and assist us in the Karoo and in the Northern Cape for them to take on children that are in need of dire care, that are living on the street. We need to know, the departments needs to do better by NGOs that are taking their own money specifically, and they are investing in the care of children in South Africa. I've had bad examples in the Western Cape. One, there are other things where I can commend the Western Cape. In terms of the treatment of NGOs, however, I need to stress we need to do better with them and assist them. And I also would appreciate it if the Western Cape head of department can tell us what is the plan for a YCC in the Karoo, because we're struggling with in the Karoo with a YCC. There is none. Only in Oudtshoorn in the Klein Karoo there is one with the capacity of 30. What is going to be done to add more YCCs? And yes, that's my last, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Seekers. Can we check Honorable Manganyi, is she back, or so as to give Honorable Dikgang Stock to be the last speaker? Not yet?
You're not here. She came in. I think the system kick her out. I will try to get hold of her, but she's not in.
Okay. Okay. Honorable Dikgang.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the presentation that we've received from the side of the department, as well as the inputs from our various provinces with regards to the eradication of the foster care backlog. Honorable Chairperson, as a disclaimer, I think I just need to indicate upfront, I don't have any other questions, any questions to pose to the department. I think for me, the presentation was quite clear and quite elaborate in terms of the update, where are we and how do we intend to deal with the backlog. But I've got a concern which is actually been shared also by yourself and a number of my colleagues who spoke before me, that it looks like from where we are sitting that I mean, most of the time we feel like we're chasing a moving target in a sense that every time there's an extension, and then we'll get an opportunity and get an update from provinces as to where we are. I've also noted from the presentation that there are provinces where we met the last time, where the number of the foster care backlog was very huge. There's a significant number of the reduction of the numbers, which the progress is quite appreciated. Like for an example, just to mention one out of the other provinces, which has also made a significant progress, is the province of Gauteng and all of that. So we appreciate that there's work going on, the numbers are reduced and all of that. But what continues to be a concern from my side, Honorable Chairperson, is that every time we get an extension, we approach, the department approaches the court, and then we get an extension. And then as a portfolio committee, we are briefed as to where we are, what are the numbers, what are the areas of challenges and all of that. It looks like then everybody gets to a standstill. There will be minimal work in terms of my understanding that gets to be undertaken at the level of provinces and all of that. So that remains a concern to me. And I just wanted to also put it on record that it's a very serious concern on my side as well. And I also want to indicate, Honorable Chair, I think when we started, the acting DG, Mr. Linton Mtunu, indicated to us, just in summary, in terms of what the court judgment is about and what it actually means to to the department and to the sector. And then he indicated to us that it's in two parts. One part, it gives a directive to our Honorable Minister, Lindiwe Zulu, to be able to finalize the outstanding backlog and then also to deal with the implementation of a comprehensive legal solution. And then on the other part, it also, the judgment to a large extent also gives also space for the provinces once they are finalizing their backlogs also to be able to make a commitment, a financial commitment from their side to ensure that the backlog will be dealt once and for all. If there are any a post that needs to be filled, the post needs to be filled. If there are any cars that needs to be procured and all of that, that financial contribution coming from the provinces must be finalized. So listening to what the acting HOD was actually indicating to us, I get the sense that from the side of the department, there is that eagerness and willingness to finalize this thing once and for all. It looks like the department also feels we need to sort out this thing once and for all, because I get the sense that they are also not looking forward to going back to ask for another extension from the court. That's my sense, what I picked up from what the acting HOD was saying. So I just wanted, in summary, Honorable Chairperson, what I want to do is that I want to make just a general appeal to all provinces that maybe as part of the way forward, whilst there is this extension for a year, if we can get an undertaking from them, that will be able to finalize the foster care backlog once and for all. Because, I mean, we finalized our process in the National Assembly. Yesterday, we were informed to the acting DG that the NCOP has already finalized their process. So the report might be coming now to the National Assembly and all of that, so that we formally adopt the report. So it will be good if you can also finalize the foster care backlog at the level of the provinces. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stock. Lindy, is there anyone? I don't see any hand now.
No, Chair, and Mamu Manganye has joined. We can get responses.
Has rejoined?
No, Chair.
Okay.
Kakangeni.
Okay. Let's give an opportunity to provinces that have direct questions on them, and also just give them, I will say, few minutes in terms of answering these questions. Whilst the questions were posed, they were taking notes. I assume that and take that it is necessary for them to answer for those questions, that it's their time. Then the acting DG is going to summarize and finalize all the debates and discussion. You have had the concern that the portfolio committee has MECs and HOTs that are present. We are really very, very concerned and very serious on this. It is not a child's play, because it also involves disadvantaged kids that are staying in our country. Can we give over? I'm preparing yourself to see hands. Who is coming first, Lindy? Because most of these provinces return the money back to the treasury, which was, a very embarrassing thing, knowing exactly how we need the monies in social development. Lindy, who's the first one? And
I don't know,
up.
I think maybe the ADG can the process to lead the provinces, the direct questions to them.
No, the provinces were present. Why is the AD to give them an opportunity for that and remind them? It's waste of time. It's late now. They must respond. I know for a fact that Limpopo, there is a question that directs to them, the Northern Cape, etc., etc., etc. They should have noted the questions.
Chair, we've got Gauteng, Sistembeni, and there's also Tumelo Patlo. There are two hands from the provinces.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we give over to those hands? The Gauteng first.
And KZN and Northern Cape, Chair.
KZN and Northern Cape. For those HODs that I haven't acknowledged them, I know for a fact that they were present, or they are present in the meeting. I can see from the chat that they are reminding me that I'm present, chairperson, in the meeting, which I acknowledge them without naming their names. Yes, thanks. Over to you, Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tembeni Mhlongo. Maybe I will just also open the video for you to see me. I'm not so sure because my network is also very unstable. Whether it will work. Yes, that's me.
Tembeni Mhlongo, carry on. You can switch off the video after you have just show your face. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair, let me really welcome the opportunity and want to thank you and the honorable members for the critical questions that are being asked as well. Yes, indeed, this is about the lives of children, and we are mindful of that as a province. Just to indicate respond to the specific questions that we have been asked. Around child protection organization, Chair, I must indicate that we haven't closed any as a department, but what we are highlighting is that we have had serious challenges where part of the backlog, especially in Ekurhuleni area, was not moving, especially from the child protection organizations. So we took over that responsibility on foster care, but we did not necessarily close. If there are those that would close, it could be that perhaps they are having other challenges. It will not necessarily be related to this. But I must also highlight that as a province, we did share with all the NPOs that we are currently funding our plans with regard to our institutional realignment project. I know that there's been consternations and people perhaps misunderstanding the purpose of this. You will note, Chair, that we are one of the fortunate provinces that we've been appointing social work graduates on an annual basis. Our treasury has been able to allocate that funds so that we can be able to address the service delivery challenges. So we looked at ourselves and say, currently this is where we are, and looking at the fact that we have been able to appoint. Therefore, we felt with some of the responsibilities, especially the statutory mandated services, it's about time that perhaps we can relook at that and take them over. But we are also saying we don't want to do it hence we are consulting with the non-profit organizations to bring them on board so that they can understand where we are coming from. So that's where we are, Chair. We are saying that we not necessarily register or fund new one. We will continue to register, but we were just saying the analysis that we have done, we strongly believe that we can be in a position to ensure that the children that are in need of care and protection as a department, we will be able to take care of them, but we will continue to work with non-profit organizations. The question around return of funds, specifically the earmark fund for appointment of social work graduates. Chair, this was an unfortunate situation. We received the funds end of November, and with the 4 months that were left, we were expected to have appointed, I think it was 1,000 plus. So we couldn't appoint all of them. We tried, and remember, I mean, if I remember, the calculations for that amount was for a 10-month period. So part of the reasons that make us not to be able to spend all of it was because of the timing. We really tried, and we worked with other departments. For example, Department of Health, since COVID was still very challenging, they also said they can utilize those social workers in order to address the families that were really affected by COVID. We also worked with Social Security Agency, but we just couldn't appoint the full number to be able to spend the full amount on during the 4 months of left of the financial year. I think also in our province, we mentioned the issue on foster care in order to improve
micromanagement. We are not using this in a derogatory way, but perhaps maybe we need to rephrase and say specific focus on foster care, because we have learned from provinces that have managed to really reduce the numbers, some of the strategies. So across provinces, we share good practices, and we are also saying as a province that we just want to also have a session where we can always give support where necessary, especially where we realize that the regions are really struggling to deal with the numbers. But we are working with them and we are giving that necessary support. Lastly, Chair, I think the other questions that were asked, we will be able to respond to them accordingly, giving the specific numbers. For example, where we are expected to give numbers with regard to our vacancies as far as social workers are concerned. But just to say that also as a province, in line with our service delivery model, we are also reviewing our structure so that we can be able to ensure that where there are gaps, we deal with them. But just to emphasize that we are not working alone, we work with all the necessary partners, including non-profit organizations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Gauteng. But yeah, let me not comment. Comment are reserved. Can we give over to the next one? KZN.
Tumelo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, honorable members. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we appreciate the opportunity that has been given to us. We do want to share with the honorable members our concerns with regard to the limited budget that we have as a province. We are unable to actually employ more social workers. In fact, we do need more social workers to actually do the foster care backlog, and also to actually do what we have benchmarked in Gauteng and Western Cape, where you find dedicated social workers that do the foster care management. I think that is important. And over and above eradication of foster care, honorable Chair, honorable members, these, we talk of the numbers, but there are children behind these numbers. And even if you are managing the backlog, but professionalizing that work is very much important in terms of ensuring that you also provide support to these children, group therapy, and ensuring that they are followed so that we do not see dropouts, and then also see the investment that government has made in these children. So we need more, we need to be supported by the portfolio committee in mobilizing the resources, in ensuring that we are able to employ more social workers. I must indicate that, but I'm sure DG will respond on that one in terms of how far are we trying to mobilize resources to assist the sector in terms of employing more social workers. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have more than 2,000 unemployed social work graduates, and we would love to have them employed and then managing the work that we have, because it's not only about this one, because we're responding to the North Gauteng High Court order, but there is quite a number of other issues that are interlinked to foster care placement. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, KZN. The next one.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Tumelo Patlo from the Free State. Chairperson, with regard to the issue raised of 65 social workers that we've put on contract, yes, it's true. But I just want to give a context quickly. It is our policy to employ unemployed social workers, be it whether we funded them or not. And we still need social workers like we need oxygen. but the challenge is with regard to the issues of COE. But for the ones that we took, that are 65, we're coming from the 92 social workers, wherein National assisted us and appointed what they termed COVID-19 social workers, and there were 92. And their contract was supposed to go for 4 months. And the MEC said, when the contract ended, that we need all hands on deck and we need these social workers. And their contract was extended for a year. And as I speak, the 92 social workers contract has been extended for MTEF because we need them. So we would, if we could, if we had the resources to appoint them permanently. So it's still a challenge on many fronts on issues of the COE chairperson. And I repeat, Chair, that the COE is like a falling knife. You don't know whether you should use your foot or your thigh or your hand to catch it. So it's a challenge, but they are doing work. And the MEC script, the bottom of the bar, to go to Treasury to say, can we keep these social workers? And hence they are on contract and they still as composite as they are. And the 65 are the ones that we are referring to, that we are utilizing them as we do. With regard to the one vehicle which has been mentioned, that was allocated to Clarip. It does not mean that that's the only vehicle in the district, no. We sat down, we drew a strategy in terms of spreading the resources that we have, in terms of human capacity, in terms of vehicles, in terms of laptops, and so on and so forth. And we said, one vehicle, over and above what they're having, we'll take it to Clarip. That's the essence. And just for completeness sake, Chairperson, if you look at the number that the Free State presented on here, that we are having 1,202 of outstanding cases. The contribution of Clarip is 115, which shows that the way how we dispersed resources did indeed make a dent, and it did also make a dent as far as those numbers of Clarip are concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Free State. Lindy, the next one.
I believe the next one is Limpopo, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. Continue,
Yeah,
Limpopo.
thank you very much, Chair. With regard to the issue of the budget that was actually, or funds that were returned to National Treasury as a result of failure to actually spend, is in respect to, amongst others, the ECD stimulus package, where same as all other provinces, including what Gauteng has indicated, where we found ourselves as provinces in a predicament, quagmire situation, where the service provider that was appointed nationally was only appointed a little bit late, or late to speak. And this resulted with a situation where, as provinces, we found ourselves in a difficult situation to process the applications accordingly, because it involves a lot of, it's a tedious exercise. It involves verification and all other things. So as a result, from our side, then we ended up having that pressure of ending up surrendering particular amounts, which later, of course, in the form of a rollover, was then brought back to the province. But secondly, there were also other challenges pertaining to the cash flow, which also resulted with the budget being surrendered in respect to the infrastructure projects which were to be implemented by the IBT. So I would allow my colleagues to speak to other matters that were raised with respect to Section 186, if I can give through the person to do that.
I think the question was raised to Limpopo in terms of the improvement, in terms of issuing of 186 by the presiding officer within a very short period of time. In August this year, we had a meeting with the provincial judiciary wherein we presented the status of cases that were affected by Northern Gauteng to the presiding officers, specifically zooming it to each and every magistrate offices, and also the challenges that we're experiencing in terms of the particular magistrate. And also we recommended that they should issue out Section 186 court order in relation to related foster care placement as recommended in the Northern High Court order cost number 4. And from there, we saw a huge improvement, and we continue to have a specific meetings with the presiding officers where we are experiencing challenges to address the challenges and also to intensify in terms of enhancing our report writing. It also helped a lot because we have seen improvement in terms of the turnaround time, in terms of issuing of the court orders and also issuing the Section 186 court orders. And then the other question which was raised was in terms of the removal of the children from the baseline, that we had a huge margin, plus minus 800 children who were removed from the Northern Gauteng High Court order baseline. Most of the cases are from Capricorn district. That's why we are having a huge margin of children who are affected by Northern Gauteng High Court order. The children were removed because most of them were turned 18, but the extension was issued in terms of Section 176 so that they continue to receive services. And also to highlight, Honorable Chair, to that also in this December, we're going to remove plus minus 600 children from the baseline, especially from Mopani, because they'll be turning 18, but their services will be extended in terms of Section 176. Thank you.
Thank you. Kipopo. The next one.
Last one is Eastern Cape.
MEC Vanda, Chair.
Thank you, Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members. Although I didn't hear a question for Eastern Cape, I just want to make a comment in appreciating you, honorable members, your council, and your whipping on the constitutional imperatives as provinces. I want to concur with MEC Kabate from Free State that we don't understand why we are going to be told by High Court about our day-to-day issues. So you're whipping to us that give us more strength, that work hard, that we must do our work on time, not due to court. I understand Eastern Cape is in bad news because of SRD money that has been returned. It's about us around our necks. You continue to fight for us for budget, but unfortunately, we are returning money back, and we are worried also on our side. And as Eastern Cape, with issue of foster care and issue of social workers, yes, we still have some problems. But for me as MEC for Eastern Cape, the serious problem that we have is the backlog of social workers that the government has taken to universities and they've got the qualification. I've got 1,147 unemployed social workers. With the rise of GBV in our country and the need of these social workers, I'm hearing good news from other provinces that are indicating that they don't have unemployed social workers. I want to appeal to other provinces to lend a hand to us, because we've taken them to school with our budget, but unfortunately they are unemployed. 1,147. I want to appeal also to National Ministry to also help us, because we really need. Eastern Cape is on the rise of gender-based violence. We really need social workers. Tomorrow we're burying 4 kids that have been murdered by their mother. It means that social workers in that space are needed. So we really appreciate your good work of calling us into order, and your counsel and your whipping. And we're promising to move as fast as possible. And we must not chase a moving target. We must do our day-to-day work as Department of Social Development, as with social workers doing their job on time. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Eastern Cape. Lindy, is that all? So that we can give the acting DG?
Chair, there's also non-Tobacco Vilakazi, the last one, Chair.
MEC Northern Cape, Honorable Nontobeko, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start by apologizing on behalf of the acting HOD. I engaged with her and she told me that her laptop keeps on unmuting itself. But what I did, I instructed her to come and join myself and the director. The three of us are together and leave the district engagements. I just want to say, Chairperson, that we are taking the work of the portfolio very serious. There's no way we can disrespect yourselves. And as you have correctly said, this time of the year, there are a lot of activities. Even myself, there's an ANCPC, but I put an apology for that meeting because of the seriousness of this portfolio committee. I just want Chairperson to state it that as the Northern Cape, we are taking the work of this portfolio committee very serious. There's no way we can be disrespectful. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will give over to the acting HOD.
Thank you very much, MEC. Good afternoon, honorable members, honorable MECs, HODs, my colleagues from National, DSD, and all my colleagues from the provinces. My humble apologies for interrupting the meeting. I was having so many technology failures this morning. To respond to the question on funds, the money we returned as the Northern Cape was for ECD conditional grant. It was not for social workers. It was solely for the ECD conditional grant. Like my MEC said, we take foster care very, very seriously in this province, more so because of the fact that the social ills in our province and the level of poverty is so high. We are removing children from drunk households on a daily basis. I removed a child myself yesterday, and I'm not even a social worker, because we are so worried about the living conditions that young people are exposed to and the future of this generation. And we are even going further by looking at, because many of these children who are in foster care have learning disabilities because of the fact that they were born from parents who were using alcohol. So we are having serious engagements with the Department of Health to go the extra mile in assessing these young people, to look at the emotional and their mental abilities, so that we can place them and support them appropriately. We're also engaging the Department of Education. We are engaging with skills programs so that we can support these young people, because many of these young people in foster care are not suitable to be in a normal academic environment. So we're trying to work with them and link them up with other skills opportunities, put them in schools where they can be properly, where they can be educated in the field that suits their level or their capacity of learning. And it's a difficult process. Our province is very, very vast and it's very rural. And it takes social workers a long time to reach a household, to actually locate these young people, to meet with the parents, to engage with them. It really is a challenge. Our judges are a challenge as well. We don't have judges in every district. Sometimes we have judges who only show up once in 2 weeks. And normally when they're done with the role, foster care is not a priority. It gets moved to the following 2 weeks. So there are many issues that challenge us in terms of foster care. But as far as social workers are concerned, we are trying to make sure that we have sufficient social workers on the ground to deal with the needs of the community. And the well-being of children in foster care is one of our first priorities as the Northern Cape Department of Social Development. I now want to hand over to our director.
Thank you very much, HOD. Thanks, Chairperson. I would just like to respond on the other 5 questions that was asked for on of the Northern Cape. The one was regarding the ratio of vehicles to officials. That is currently 1 to 3. So 1 vehicle for every 3 people. I must just bring it to your attention that it's financially not possible for us to provide each and every official with his or her own vehicle, government vehicle. So the officials need to share. So this includes that the social worker will travel with the social auxiliary worker, sometimes with a community development worker as well. And this is part of the integrated approach. So it's not as if there isn't sufficient vehicles available. It just depends on proper planning and also then ensuring that everyone must be able to be where they are supposed to be. That is currently working for us. As long as we do proper planning, there's not really a challenge with a lack of vehicles. Then the comment that was made that the presentation indicated we have 1 social worker per district. I would just like to say that in the presentation, it says that it's 1 social work manager per district. So that manager is then responsible for a number of supervisors, and then the supervisors will take care of the social workers. So there are far more social workers per district, but currently there is only 1 social work manager per district. Then regarding the adoption versus the foster care, why children are not really getting adopted. In the Northern Cape, due to the level of poverty, people are sometimes reluctant to adopt a child, even when the parents are deceased and this child has been part of this family for a long time, because the moment that you adopt a child, you will lose the foster care grant. And in many cases, the family cannot actually survive without that financial support. So that is one of the reasons why it's not as if children are not in a secure environment because they are in foster care, but unfortunately, some people just can't afford to adopt a child and lose that income. Then the other part of the presentation where I refer to the re-establishment of the Child Protection Forum, that is assisting us in addressing the foster care backlog, because the Child Protection Forum is where all our other stakeholders come together and we discuss matters regarding child protection, including the foster care, because education and health and justice are all attending. So we just mentioned it because for the past 2 years, this wasn't really functional. And we now got it off the ground again, where people can actually come in to have physical meetings on a regular basis. So that is why we specifically mentioned that this is also now going to assist us in addressing the foster care backlog. Then just lastly, I would like to say that we are very concerned about the case of that girl child that's living in a broken down house on her own. We would please request that we get full information about that case so that we can follow it up urgently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Lindy, is there the other one?
Oh, Chair, there's no other hand.
Okay, let's give over to Acting DG to just summarize and answer those that are outstanding. Thanks. Over to you, Acting DG.
Yeah. Chairperson, thank you very much. Sorry, let me just arrange this thing around. Thank you very much for the comments and indeed the questions by honourable members, and let me also appreciate the guidance by the committee, and let me also appreciate the inputs by the MECs and the HODs and the rest of the team. I'd like to just make a few comments very quickly. Firstly, the The issue that pertains to the time frame associated with the extension, Chair, there were two reasons why we requested the extension. One was largely with regards to the backlogs, of course, that we need to make sure that we address. And of course, the other reason was the time to allow for the legislative process to go ahead. You know, that was essentially the main reason why the long period of 12 months. The judge was happy with progress being made, but also noted the concerns along the entire value chain of addressing issues of foster care, and certainly took note of the areas that, or the measures that we've put in place to address these. So I'm saying we also needed to make time for the legislative process to take its course. And as I indicated earlier in the meeting, we're very happy that the select committee yesterday adopted the bill, and I think that helps. Our plan, Chair, and we're meeting HODs on Monday, all HODs. Our plan really is to ensure that we don't work on the 12-month extension, but a much shorter period to address the backlog. And this is what the comprehensive plan will address. You know, once concluded, we're very happy to share it with honorable members. So the idea is that we don't stick to the 12 months because some of the members indicated indeed it will perpetuate us delaying till the end and waiting till the last month. We don't want that. We want to move as swiftly as possible on this. The second issue I want to address very quickly, Chair, is with regards to the underspending by provinces, and therefore the notion that because there's underspending in provinces, it doesn't augur well for the foster care related matters. I just want to say that the underspending is not only on issues relating to foster care, but it cuts across a number of areas. For example, one of the major challenges for underspending in the previous financial year from provinces was the ECD stimulus package matter. And that is a matter that has been addressed effectively. We've gone for a rollover from Treasury. They've given us the rollover, etc. So we're able to address that. So I'm saying the underspending does not necessarily relate to specifically the foster care issue, because it's a number of areas. It may not specifically just be the foster care issue. I must also indicate, Chair, that indeed we are talking to Home Affairs. We've had meetings. I personally have sat down with the DG of Home Affairs and engaged on a number of issues pertaining to the challenges that we have with Home Affairs. We've sat down with the magistrates. Of course, some magistrates have raised concern around the fact that they've dedicated time to deal with cases, and in some provinces, the cases are not forthcoming. That's an issue we're addressing with those specific provinces to ensure that we move along those lines as it relates to that. But indeed, there are conversations with both Justice and Home Affairs as it relates to the matter, because the entire value chain, you know, you plug one hole on this side, there may be another challenge that pops up along the value chain. So we are trying to address that. There was a question around providing SOCPEN data. Certainly we can do that. You know, to provide the monthly breakdown, we can do that. That is available. Let me just talk to the issue around the cabinet resolution and the employment of social workers. About 2 months ago, if I'm not mistaken, if not 3, we've concluded a business case, which we've subsequently submitted to the Treasury for guidance and further embellishments, I suppose, so that you know, we could then sort of move with the issue around the provision of additional funding for social workers. This is a matter we are constantly engaging the Treasury on, and we are hoping for reports. Of course, we missed the previous what do you call it, midterm, around the provision of additional resources for social workers. And I think it's not such a bad thing, because we need to find a long-term solution to address this matter. Yes, it's okay to employ social workers for a short period of time, a year, 2 years, etc., but that's not sustainable in the long term. We need a much more longer permanent solution that will ensure that we're able to absorb. We've been engaging vigorously with all sector departments, particularly the departments that employ social workers, and we've asked them to up the numbers in terms of the employment of social workers, and they've indicated that unless we get additional funding from Treasury, we may not be able to. So we found creative ways along the line to try and assist in this. We've brought in some data capturers, Chair, as Kaiserin has indicated. Right now, I'm sitting with the provision for data capturers for the Northern Cape, the Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, Limpopo. Those are the provinces which, again, on Monday we'll have a conversation of how we are assisting in addressing the foster care backlog by bringing in data capturers to assist us in processing the cases much quicker. But as I said, the entire value chain is long, and you plug one area, sometimes another area pops up. So we're having to have a bird's eye view of the entire value chain in order to address these challenges. So that was that. I think, Chair, part of the comprehensive legal solution, one of the members, if I'm not mistaken, asked how we're addressing that issue, or what does it actually entail? I mean, the process that the Parliament is currently undertaking insofar as amending the Children's Amendment Act is part of addressing this issue of the comprehensive legal solution. We're very happy to provide in writing to you a much more condensed, maybe not condensed, but a much more elaborate response in terms of what effectively does it actually mean. We're happy to provide that to you, honorable members. The extension issue, okay, I think I'll deal with that. There's a comment around the possibility of having a roundtable with stakeholders. You know, last year we actually had a roundtable where we brought in provinces, where we brought in the sector, even those who have taken us to court, by the way. We brought them in, sat around the table and said, guys, can we co-create around some of the solutions that we require, whether it be issues of children, whether it be issues of NGOs, etc. We have had those discussions, and our doors and our lines remain open to engage with the sector around how we address some of the issues that we face, particularly as it relates to children in this case. And I must say, even last on the margins of the gender-based summits, I met some of the people who have actually taken us to court. And I said, but guys, can we not sit down and have conversations and engage on these things? Because sometimes outside of a conversation, there are a number of assumptions that are made. And so ours is to sit down and engage. You know, and I've opened my door to some of the what do you call civil society organizations, you know, and we've had some conversations that I believe are very progressive in addressing some of the challenges that we face. I think I've dealt with that. Yeah, I just wanted to say some of the challenges that are pointed out, Honorable Chair, are certainly real challenges. And I think that the MECs, you know, assisted in responding to some of those issues, but we remain committed, Honorable Chair. There was a question around how do we address the concerns of social workers, you know, I think we have put a number of measures in place to assist social workers, whether it be trauma counseling, it be debriefing counseling, etc., and a range of other sort of provisions that we've put in place to try and assist our cadre of social workers so that they're able to do their work. And yes, indeed, they have a hard time at times in terms of the cases that they deal with, but the measures we put in place, I believe, are very useful and are able to assist them moving forward. Lastly, Chair, I just want to say, indeed, we are committed to this and we are developing a plan. On Monday. We're meeting with the team to try and finalize that plan, but we are certainly making inroads in some areas, not as fast as we want to. And I think we've had very direct discussions with provinces around that, in ensuring that you know, we don't have any challenges in closing the backlog. And I think provinces have committed and double committed in this regard. And we should be able to come back to your good selves with a condensed plan in this regard, Honourable Chair. So I think let me leave it at that. But indeed, just to highlight that we remain committed to addressing these issues, and the measures we put in place are beginning to yield a lot of fruit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Acting DG. You know, as I have said already, that talking is not doing. We definitely have to implement all what we have said. It's nice for us to speak in meetings from 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock, but if we don't implement all what we are saying, it's as well as we are just wasting our time, and there's no need for doing that. Honorable members, there was the presentation And also there is the meeting. When do you say, LinkedIn, you'll have HOD's meeting?
We're meeting on Monday with HODs, Honorable Chair. We just need a few days to work through the rest of the details in terms of the plan. And then I'm sure within the next few days, I don't want to give a date right now, but maybe on Monday after we've met HODs, we'll then be able to commit in terms of an accurate date, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
There is a story that is saying the pig doesn't want to get into whatever place that it stays. And then the cat will run after the pig, all those sort of things. And Tina says, better you, LinkedIn. That is next when beto wako nomnya beto wake, nomnya beto wake, until we reach the final destination. Honorable members and honorable, in fact, officials, HODs, MECs of the provinces, it assisted us. I said from the beginning, this will be an eye-opener meeting because we'll be able to get exactly from provinces. What is it exactly that is taking place in terms of these backlogs? We hope, honorable members, that is the MECs, you will assist us. We want to do our robust oversight, but the reality of the matter, we are unable to go to provinces and do all what we have said here. So please assist us. Okay, the meeting is coming to an end. If there is anything, Lindy, is there anything that is left out?
No, Chair, there's nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's nothing that is left out, but the only thing that is needed is the seriousness and taking all what we have said into conversation and check whether the HODs, the director responsible, are doing all what they have said today. You know, we are noting all what you have said. I think I still have notes for the previous meeting. It's really frustrating to see that movement has been done by other provinces and other provinces are still having lots and lots of outstanding numbers of backlogs. With those notes and summary, let me request us to adjourn the meeting for now so as to prepare the house sitting. We are supposed to prepare for the house sitting. Thank you ever so much. You are really appreciated by your presence. Thank you very much. The meeting
Thank
is
you,
adjourned.
and goodbye.
Bye, honorable members. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, honorable member. Lindy, close the meeting for all of us.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye.